In this tutorial you will learn everything you need to know about server actions in Next.js, and in the process you will build a fully functional, amazing job board application. But first of all, what are server actions? Maybe it would be useful to clarify that. Server actions are a relatively newer feature in Next.js. They have been marked stable in Next.js 14, which is the current version as of making this video, and they provide a way to write server post endpoints as normal functions. Post requests are mostly used to update something in our database. For example, when a user creates a new comment or a blog post or some other kind of resource through our website, then we send a post request from the front end to the back end, and then our server updates the database with this new data. For example, by inserting a new comment into the database or a blog post or whatever. Normally, we have to create a fully fledged server endpoint for this. If we use Next.js as our backend, this would be a route handler where we set up a post endpoint. And then to call this post endpoint from the front end, we need to send a fetch request. And all of this is not necessary anymore. Instead of the route handler, we can just write a server action, which is a normal function. And instead of making this fetch request, we can just call this function like any other function directly from our front end code. Under the hood, Next.js automatically turns this into a post request. But the benefit is that our code is much more concise. And another big benefit is that this doesn't require JavaScript. So we can call our server action even if JavaScript is not enabled in the browser, or, which is more likely, if the user has a slow internet connection and JavaScript just hasn't loaded yet. This is the idea behind progressive enhancement, but if this is all confusing to you, don't worry, you will learn this step by step throughout this tutorial. Now you might also be wondering, what's the difference between React server components and server actions? And when do we use which? The difference is that in React server components, we just fetch data from our server to render our page. So we might have a page that shows a list of blog posts. And in our server component, we can directly make a request to our database because the server component is executed on the server. And then we can render this page directly with this data. But server components by themselves don't provide a way to update data on our server, to send a post request. This is where we usually would fall back to a post endpoint with a fetch request, as I explained before. But now we can do this much simpler with server actions. We will use both server components and server actions in this tutorial, so again, don't worry if you don't understand this yet. You will understand it when we are done with this. There is one prerequisite for this tutorial. You need to know the basics about the Next.js app router. I have a full tutorial on this, which you can watch first if you are new to Next.js or haven't used the app router before. I will put a link to this video into the info card box in the top right corner. You can watch this first and then come back to this video. Okay, now let's take a look at the project we will be building here. Okay, so we will build a really cool job board application. Here we have an overview of the different jobs available right now. We also have pagination. We can show the details of a job. And here we have rich text formatting. So we have stuff like writing in bold or lists or italic. And we do this by storing these entries in Markdown format. On the front page, we can also filter our jobs. For example, we can enter a search term, we can look for different types or available locations. And the cool thing about the location filter is that this only shows the locations that actually exists in the entries shown here. So let's try this out. Let's filter for Cupertino or however you pronounce this. We can then filter the jobs, and here is the one job available in Cupertino. The title, as you can see, also adapts to the filter we have applied, which is nice for SEO and also user experience. And we store all the filters in the URL, as you can see up here. The location Cupertino became a URL search param. And if we add more filters, let's add Apple as the search term here, then they will also be added to the URL. And this is a really good practice because now you can copy this URL and you can share it with someone else or save it for later, and we will get the exact same search here again. Let's try this out. Let's open this in a newer window with the same URL, and we get the same results with the same headline and the same filters applied. We can also post new jobs directly via our website. Now to send this job data to our backend, we use of course a server action. And for the form validation, we use React Hook Form, which is the most popular form library for React right now. And this form here is really cool and advanced in my opinion. So we have this validation. Let's fill out one just with some dummy data. We can select what type of job this is. We have to provide a company. We can even upload a logo. And this logo will be stored in Vercel Blob, which is a file storage service directly provided by Vercel. Of course, you can also replace this for Amazon S3, for example, if you prefer, but Vercel Blob is really easy to use. So this is why I want to use this here. Let's just use this logo here for now from a previous project. Then we have to select if this is a remote or on-site job, and this form has dynamic validation. To show you what I mean, if I select remote here, we don't need an office location, so the office location is not required. But if we select on-site or hybrid and try to submit this, then now we need an office location. Because for an on-site job, we have to know where the job location is, right? So, and here we can search through a list of cities. So for example, let's search for Berlin in Germany. Select one, it will be put here. Now we have a location selected. And then we have to enter either an email address or a website where a user can apply for this job. So if I type something in here, we don't have to provide an email anymore. If I don't provide the website URL, we have to provide an email instead. So one of the two or both. So for example, applications@blah.com. This would be a valid email. And here we have our rich text editor, which supports different formatting. For example, we can make this text here bold. And then we also have to provide a number down here for the salary. We submit this. Again, this is handled via a server action. Then we get redirected to this confirmation page. And we will even add our own admin backend to this project. So when we look at the front page, our new job isn't there yet because it hasn't been approved first. To approve it, we go to /admin. And here we now have to sign in with our admin account, which is florian@codingandflow.com. Let's see. We log in, we get to our admin backend, and here we see our new job, which is unapproved right now. When we click it, we see the details page again. Here's the markdown, here's all the meta information we provided. And then we can either delete or approve the job. And again, we execute both these actions via server actions. So we really learn how to use server actions in all these different combinations. From server components, from client components, with React Hook Form, without React Hook Form, we will really cover everything here. And error handling will be covered as well. So when we approve this job, it will be shown on our front page here. If we delete it, it will be gone. Let's delete it because it's just gibberish. So delete. And after a short moment, this is removed from our database. Our website will also be progressively enhanced wherever possible. Progressive enhancement means that certain functions work even if JavaScript is disabled or hasn't loaded yet, which is important for users with a bad internet connection because sometimes the page has already loaded, but it hasn't been hydrated yet, so JavaScript features are not available yet. Many people build forms that rely on JavaScript, so if JavaScript is not available yet, we can't submit our form. The idea behind progressive enhancement is that we can submit our form even if JavaScript hasn't loaded yet. The only thing that we won't have is this loading indicator here, because this requires state and state requires JavaScript. But we can still submit our form without this loading indicator. Let's try this out. I open the Chrome DevTools. Here I press Ctrl-Shift-P and then I can disable JavaScript. And this will stay disabled as long as this Chrome DevTools sidebar here is opened, but I have to refresh the page first. So now JavaScript is disabled, but our filter form over here still works. The only difference that we will see is that we don't have a loading spinner here in our button. But we still get to the new URL and we still see the filtered results. And this is the idea behind progressive enhancement. Make your website functional with minimum requirements, so before JavaScript has loaded, but make it look even better, enhance it if JavaScript is available. In this case, the only difference between JavaScript and no JavaScript is that we have a loading spinner on our filter button when JavaScript is available. The rest works the same no matter if JavaScript is available or not. Now again, it's very unlikely that someone these days surfs the internet completely without JavaScript. But it's much more likely that someone has a slow internet connection and JavaScript just takes a while to load. And with progressive enhancement, we make sure that our page is interactive as soon as the user can see it, and they don't have to wait until JavaScript has loaded. This is the ideal situation. Of course, this is not always possible. On our newer job form, for example, on this page we have so much dynamic validation and JavaScript logic that it would be really difficult to get this to work without JavaScript. For example, input fields that depend on other input fields, or our location search. This would not really be possible without JavaScript. And this rich text editor would also not work without JavaScript. So this form here will not be progressively enhanced. This will require JavaScript to work. But I think this is fine because this is not a core functionality of our website. And it's very unlikely that someone has JavaScript disabled, fills out this entire form and then tries to send it. This is very unlikely, and there's only like 1% of users on the internet that don't have JavaScript enabled at all. And these people already know that most of the internet doesn't work without JS. So this form here is not really that important for progressive enhancement. It's much more important that our filter on the front works, because this is really the core functionality of our website that users see immediately when they open the website. So getting this to work without JS is a big win. This website is also fully responsive. So when the screen gets smaller, this filter sidebar turns into a top bar, but it's sticky at the top, so it's always visible on the screen. You can modify this if you want. And these other elements are also responsive. Pay attention to this timestamp here and this badge in the top right. On large screens, they are on the right side, but when the screen gets smaller, they move here into this list together with these other icons. And all the other pages are fully responsive as well. And we also show the appropriate metadata, for example here in the tab title, so we will take care of all of this. Okay, let's quickly talk about some other technologies that we will use in this project. We will store our data in Vercel Postgres, which is a Postgres database provided directly by Vercel. It's very easy to add to a Next.js project. Postgres or MySQL or MongoDB doesn't really matter. You can use any database for our project. I just want to bring some variation into my tutorials because I have been using MongoDB all the time. This time we use Postgres. But we also use the Prisma ORM to interact with our database. So the code is almost identical to if you use MongoDB or something else, because Prisma abstracts away most of the low-level database code. As you saw, we can also upload files, company logos, and we will store them in Vercel Blob, which is a file storage provided again by Vercel. We will use Tailwind CSS for styling and the Shadcn component library. We will install all of this in a moment. And I will also show you how to set up Prettier together with Tailwind CSS. Prettier is a code formatter, and it's especially useful together with Tailwind because it can order all the classes for you, which is really useful. We will use a few more libraries and learn a lot of important topics in this tutorial. I'm really excited to start this. And in the end, we will also deploy this whole project so you can open it under a real URL. Yeah, and then I wish you a lot of fun with this tutorial. Please leave a like on this video. Happy coding. Okay, time to set up our project. And the first thing we do is we open the command line and we check which version of Node we have installed with node -v. We need Node 20 or higher for this project because otherwise one of the types we use in our backend code, the file type, is not available. It has been added in Node 20. So make sure you use at least Node 20, if not updated, by going to nodejs.org and downloading the latest LTS version. Then, as usual, I have prepared the starting code for this project. I will put a link to this repository into the video description below. In this starting code, I already installed all the packages we will use and added some other files like the logo that we will use later. The benefit of this starting code is that all your packages will have the exact same version numbers as I use in this tutorial. So everything will work exactly the same even if you watch this tutorial like 2 years into the future. I give you the choice. You can either download the starting code or create the project from scratch. I will show you how to do this in a moment. If you want to use the starting code, then just clone the repository, open the project in VS Code, And then you have to run npm install, which will install all the packages listed in the package.json file. So just run npm install and then you should be good to go. If you prefer to set up the project yourself, you can also do this. I will provide all the files and packages that we need throughout this tutorial, but then your version numbers will be different and you might have to make some changes in your code if you're using newer versions of packages. If you want to create a project yourself, then open the folder where you want to put this project. Here we want to open the command line. On Windows, that's the PowerShell. And here, as usual, we create a new Next.js project with npx create -next -app add latest. Then we confirm this with y and set up this project. What is your project named? I'm gonna call this Next.js job board. Enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, because we are not lunatics. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes, as well. Tailwind CSS as well. We also want to use the src directory, which is just a better way to organize our code. And we want to use the app router. Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And then it sets up a new project. Again, this is only necessary if you didn't download the starting code. This will set up a completely newer project. After this has finished, we should see our folder somewhere here. Next.js job board, there it is. We open this in VS Code. And then we have to install some packages. And again, this is only necessary if you are not using the starting code. In the starting code, all these packages are already installed if you ran npm install earlier. Okay, but if you set up the project yourself, then we have to install all the different packages that we will use here. So we have to list all of them. The first one is Prisma. That's the ORM we will use to interact with our database. And to Prisma belongs also this add Prisma/client. Make sure to spell this correctly. Then we add Vercel/blob, which we use to interact with Vercel blob, where we store our image files later. Then we need React -draft -wysiwyg. This stands for what you see is what you get. This is how you call these editors where you can change the text style directly in the input field. Space. The next one is markdown -draft -js. This is responsible for turning this what you see is what you get editor input into markdown so we can store it in our database. Then we also install React -markdown, which then formats the markdown so that we can show it on the screen. We also need nano ID to create unique IDs. And we are almost done. The next one is datefns for date formatting. And lastly, add Clerk/Next.js. Clerk is what we will use for authentication. There are a few more packages that we will use, but later when we set up Shadcn, they will be installed automatically. So for now, we just press enter to install all of these packages. When this is done, we should see these packages listed in the package.json here. Prisma, what you see is what you get, all the stuff is in here. Now we also need to install a few dev dependencies. Dev dependencies are installed separately because they will only be used in development. They will not be included in the production code. So we type npmi again, which by the way is short for install, and then we type --save--dev, like this. Make sure to add 2 dashes here in the front. And then we can install the dev dependencies, which are a bunch of types. So the first one is add types/markdown -draft -js. The next one is add types/react -draft -what you see is what you get, space, then prettier without types this time, space ESLint config prettier, space prettier -plugin -tailwind CSS. Those are all we need, so we install them as well. Okay, I misspelled Tailwind CSS. I typed tailwind wind for some reason. So let's correct this and then install them. Okay, then we can close the command line and then we have to do some editor setup because we use Tailwind and Prettier here and we want to make sure that our IDE works properly with it. And you have to do these steps even if you don't know the starting code because this is configuration of your IDE. I can't do this for you. First of all, we make sure that we have this official Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension installed. This is really important for Tailwind because it provides this auto-completion where we can see the available classes. There is a little bit of configuration we have to do to make sure this works properly. We go into the settings, so file preferences, settings, and here we search for files associations. Here you want to add an item that has this value star.css and then the value Tailwind CSS, like you can see it here. This makes sure that we get Tailwind support inside CSS files. Then also important, we search for quick suggestions and we want to turn them on inside strings because this way we get autocomplete for Tailwind classes inside these class name strings. Then we also use Prettier in this tutorial because Prettier is just an amazing code formatter. It's very opinionated, which means that it makes all the decisions for us. Where do we add semicolons? Where do we add line breaks? Where do we add parentheses? Prettier takes care of all of this so we don't have to worry. But even more important, there is a Tailwind Prettier plugin that automatically sorts all the class names for us. This is very useful because otherwise it's easy to lose overview of these classes. We already installed the dependency. We just need this little piece of code here. You can type this out by hand. I'm going to copy this, go into our project. Then we create a file in the root of our project. So right here, new file, and we call it prettier.config.js. And the name has to be exactly this. And then we paste this piece of code or just type it out by hand like you can see it here. Okay, we are almost done. Next we go into the ESLint.rz JSON file, which comes with a new Next.js project by default. We change this value here into an array and add a second string which just says Prettier. This makes sure that ESLint and Prettier don't interfere. Then I also recommend that you install the VS Code extension for Prettier. Again, this is an official one, so you can trust it. This way we can run code formatting without having to do this via the command line. We can just do this via the format shortcut in VS Code. So I recommend that you install this, and again there is a little configuration change we have to make in the settings. We search for default formatter and we set this right here to Prettier. To use this as a default formatter when we press the format code shortcut, which on Windows by default is Shift-Alt-F. On Mac and Linux this might be different. So I recommend that you install this extension. I also recommend that you install the Prisma extension because this way we get autocomplete and code formatting and syntax highlighting in our Prisma schema files. It's not absolutely necessary, but it's very useful. We don't have to do any configuration here, this just works. And lastly, if you haven't yet, it's also useful to install the ESLint extension, which shows you all the lint warnings directly in your code editor. And these extensions here, ESLint or Prettier, they automatically pick up these packages we have installed and they basically work together with them. So usually you will execute Prettier or ESLint via the command line, but by installing these VS Code extensions, we can use them more easily directly in our editor. Okay, and in the starting code, I also included this assets folder, which contains 2 images that we will use in our project. And I also replaced this fav icon for the same logo. If you are not using the starting code, then I will put links to these files into the video description below. You can copy them from there, put the 2 PNGs into src/assets and then right into this folder. And the fav icon belongs directly into the app folder, where you replace the existing fav icon. So just delete the old one and add the new one here. Again, you can find these files in the video description. Alright, next we will set up the Shadcn components. Shadcn is pretty much the most popular component library for Next.js right now. The cool thing about these components is that we don't install them as a package. Instead we run a command that basically copy pastes the code into our project. And this is pretty cool because there is nothing hidden from us. We have access to all the code, we can change it, we can update it whenever we want. And these components are based on Radix UI, which is a library that basically provides all the base components, and Shadcn adds styling on top of them. But again, we can change these Tailwind classes in here, we can change the code of these components. This is why this library is so popular right now. We will use a bunch of these components because then we don't have to style them ourselves, and especially the form components are really tricky to get right yourself because you need to make sure that the label is properly connected to the input field, and any error messages or description messages need to be connected to the input field as well for accessibility, like you can see here. And a good form component library like Shadcn takes care of all of this for you. So we will add a bunch of them, and there are installation instructions here for Next.js. Now I already added the Shadcn components to the starting code, so if you downloaded the starting project, you don't need to follow these steps. The reason I already added them is because, again, these commands here can change over time, the generated component code can change, and I want to make sure that this project doesn't break if you watch it like 2 years in the future. So yeah, only install these components if you did not download the starting code. And I will show you how to do this. So we need this command here, npx Shadcn UI at latest init. We need to execute this in our project. So let's open the command line, paste this here, and then run it. And this will ask us a few questions. Oops, I already confirmed the first one, but this is correct. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Which style would you like to use? We use the default style. Which color as the base color? Slate. You can pick whatever you want. This just changes the default color. Where is your global CSS file? We have to type in src because we have this src directory /app/globals with an s at the end .css to point Shadcn to this global CSS file you can see here in the app folder. Enter. Would you like to use CSS variables? Yes. Are you using a custom Tailwind prefix? No, so we leave this blank. Where is your Tailwind config.js located? Again, we have to type this out ourselves because we have a Tailwind config ts file, not js. So we type in tailwind.config.ts. Enter. Configure the import alias. We keep the default one. We keep the default one for utils as well. Are you using React server components? Yes. Right configuration, blah, blah, blah. We confirm this with Y, and then this generates some files and updates some existing ones. Let's take a look at some of the files it has generated. So it created this components.json, and whenever we add a new Shadcn component to our project, it will read this configuration file so it knows how to set up this component, where to put it, and where it finds related files and so on. This is what this is responsible for. It also installed some additional dependencies, like these helper packages here, clsx and so on. The Tailwind config was updated for us. It adds some color variables here. You don't have to understand all of this in detail, but this will just work. And it also changed the global CSS. Here it added different color variables. So we have a primary color, which is a blackish color by default. We have muted and secondary colors. We also have dark mode colors by default, and you will later see how we can access these colors in our code. And then it also added this utils function, which is responsible for combining Tailwind classes. Again, it uses this internally, and we will later see how we can also use this ourselves when we create our own components. Okay, again, this is already contained in the starting code. And then we add a few components. And I wanted to minimize the number of components we add here because I don't want to use a ton of third-party code because we don't learn much by copy-pasting others' code, right? But nevertheless, we will need a few of them. We need this button here. So we go to the Shadcn components, select button, and then copy this installation command. Again, this is already contained in the starting code. We execute this in the command line, and then it adds this button component. There it is. It puts this into the components/UI folder. Again, it reads this from the configuration file. And in here is the button code. And again, we can change this if we want. Okay, back to the documentation. We need two more. We need the input, which is this styled input field. Again, here is the installation command. Again, we run this in the command line. Again, this adds a new component. There it is. And one more, the form, which is here. This allows us to use Shadcn components with React Hook Form, which is this validation library that we will use later on our job submission form. Looks a bit complicated, but you will learn how to do this step by step. So we add this as well, copy, command line, run this. And this added this form file here, which contains a bunch of code, and it also installed a few more packages, namely a React Hook Form and Zod, which is the validation library that we will use. So now we should have all the packages that we need. Alright, so I will push the starting code branch at this exact point right now. There are a few more files that I added here that we will need later, but if you set up the project manually, I will link all of these files in the video description and point you to them when we need them. The next step is to set up our Postgres database, the Blob storage and Prisma. Next, we initialize Prisma. For this, we open the command line again and we write npx Prisma init like this, and we run this. This is described in the Prisma documentation, and this creates two files. It creates this schema.prisma file where we put our database schema with our tables and columns. And as you can see, I get syntax highlighting here and other features like autocompletion because I'm using the Prisma VS Code extension. Otherwise, this will probably just look like plain text to you. And then it also created this .env file where we put the database URL later. This is just a placeholder here. First of all, we go into our gitignore file, .gitignore, and at the end we add .env. So that if you decide to push this project to GitHub, you don't push your .env file, because we don't want to push our database credentials. Next we go to Vercel.com. Vercel is the hosting provider that also created Next.js. And they provide a database themselves, and you should get one free database in the free hobby tier. So you don't have to pay anything for it. We click on storage here in the Vercel dashboard. And here we want to create a Postgres database. We click accept. We give this database a name. I'm going to use the same name again. Next.js job board. You can select a region. I keep the default. Create. And this creates this new database. And it also helps you configure all of this properly. First of all, we click here on .env.local. Then we copy this. This contains our database credentials. And we paste this into the .env file. We can replace the existing stuff in here. Again, this data here is sensitive, so you shouldn't share this with anyone that you don't trust because it contains your database password. Then we go back to the page here, and it also provides the Prisma connection code, which is really cool. So we copy this part here, go back to our project, go into our Prisma schema file, and we replace this part in here. So the provider is actually the same, but the URL gets replaced for our env variable here. We can also delete these comments because they're unnecessary. And again, code formatting probably only works in here if you install the Prisma VS Code extension. And then we create our database table in here. And we do this in Prisma by defining a model, which we call job. So this will contain one job entry in our database. And then we add a bunch of fields for the different columns that our database should have. First of all, every entry needs a unique ID. So we write ID, which is of type int. And these types automatically get converted to the appropriate Postgres types. Prisma takes care of this for us. Normally, you create a table in Postgres via an SQL command, create table job, and so on. But in Prisma, we do this by defining such a schema file. Okay, so ID space int space, then we type add ID, which makes this the unique ID of this table. And then we type add default. And in here we call this auto increment function. And again, I get auto-completion because of the Prisma extension, so I really recommend that you install it. So this is an ID that automatically increments with each entry. Then each entry should also have a slug, which is of type string. In Postgres, this will have the text type. Again, Prisma automatically converts this. Here we add unique, so each slug has to be unique. Then we need a few more strings, title string, type string. This is the data that belongs to each job. Location type, which is also a string. Location, which is the city itself, which is also a string, but we make this one optional with a question mark, because remember, remote jobs don't require a location. The other fields here are not optional if we didn't add a question mark, so we have to provide them to create a new entry. Then description, which is also an optional string. Theoretically, we could put a job in there without a description. Usually you want to have one, but I keep it optional here. We store the salary as an int, which supports numbers up to 9 digits. Should be enough for a salary. Then company name, which is a string. Application email, which is an optional string, because we can also provide an application URL instead. We have to provide one of the two, so we make them both optional. I just press the formatting shortcut to put this all in place, and we are almost done. Company logo URL, which is the URL where this company logo is stored, which is an optional string. Then we add a boolean called approved, and here we add another default value, and we set this to false by default. So when we create a new job, this is set to false. We don't have to pass false explicitly. And then we have to approve this entry before it will be shown in our front end. And lastly, we need two timestamps created at, which is of type datetime. We set the default value to this now function. I think this is self-explaining. And then updated at, which is also a datetime. And here we set this to updated at. And these values will be set automatically for us when we create or update an entry. One more thing, our model is called job, because in our code we want to work with this singular name, job. But the naming convention for SQL tables is usually lowercase plural. So we don't want our table to be called job with an uppercase J. We want it to be called lowercase jobs. So we could either change the model name, but this is not great. Instead, we can also map the name of the model to a different table name. By going down here below the last field, we write two @, map, and the name we want to give the table, jobs. One more thing to change in here, we go up into this client block and we add this preview features field. And here we type full text search, because we want to use Postgres' full text search later to be able to search for jobs. And this is how you activate it in Prisma. And now we actually want to create this table in our database. For this we open the command line again and we run npx prisma db push, which will push this to our Vercel Postgres database. And then after this is done, we run npx Prisma generate to generate a Prisma client from this new table here that we can then use in our code. And every time you make a change to your database schema, you have to create a new Prisma client with generate. And in SQL databases, you also have to either clear your database when the schema has changed or provide a migration. We don't have to do this here because we are not going to change our schema anymore. But if you want to change the schema of a database that is already in production, then you have to provide a migration. This is described in the Prisma documentation. Okay, great. Next we go into our lib folder, which was created automatically by Shadcn. And in here we create a new file called Prisma.ts, which will contain our initialized Prisma client. Now in Next.js we have to set up the Prisma client in a specific way, otherwise we get an error message because it creates a new client every time we restart our app in development. There is this page here in the Prisma documentation that provides the code for such a client. I'm going to copy paste this in here. This basically creates a Prisma client singleton that we can reuse throughout our app. Please pause the video right now and just type this out by hand, because this will help you understand what is going on in here. And I think it's a bit more useful than just copy pasting this. So pause the video, type this out. Okay, and then I want to fill the database with some dummy data. And for this, I added this scripts folder to the starting code. I will also link this scripts folder below. In the video description, you can copy these two files, just create a scripts folder directly in the root of your project. This contains some placeholder job data and this seed script, which inserts this placeholder data into our database. So again, if you're not using the starting code, then you need to copy these two files. Then we go into our package.json and we add this seed script here, which executes this seed.js file. Then we open the command line again and we run npm, not npx this time, npm, run seed, which runs our script that we set up here. So let's try this. This should insert all the dummy data into our database. Okay, if you're getting an error here, make sure that the field names in our placeholder data actually match to the column names you used in your database schema. Just check the error message. If you're getting an error, it should give you a hint. Now our website doesn't have a UI yet, right? To still see our data, we can use Prisma Studio, which we run with npx Prisma Studio. This is a feature provided by Prisma. And then we can go to this address here, localhost 5555. And in here should be our job table with the 8 placeholder entries we just inserted. And there they are. They all have a slug, title, type, and so on. And we will later display them in our UI. And via this Prisma Studio, you can also change records, you can delete them. It's just a nice utility tool. Okay, and then we also want to set up Vercel Blob, right? So again, we go to the storage menu in our Vercel backend. And here we want to create a blob storage as well. So let's select blob here, create store. Again, I call this Next.js job board. Okay, the blob storage needs a different name than the Postgres database. So let's call this files. So we create this as well. Again, we get some setup instructions. We get this one env variable that we also paste into our project. So here at the bottom of our env file. Okay, now our databases are connected. We have set up Prisma and all the packages we need, and now we are finally ready to start writing code. Okay, now that we already have a bunch of jobs in our database, let's show them on the screen. So we open the command line. You can open a new command line if you want to keep Prisma Studio running. I just stopped it for now because we don't really need it. And then we run npm run dev. Then we can open the website on localhost 3000, and as usual by default we have this dummy page that comes with a new create next app project. And here on the front page I want to show the available jobs. So let's close the command line and open the page.tsx file in the app folder. We delete this whole main tag here with the default layout. We will replace this for our own main tag. So if you have watched my Next.js app router beginner tutorial, then you know that components in Next.js are server components by default, which means that we can make this function async and then we can fetch data directly in here. So let's do this. Let's create a const jobs and then we call await Prisma, but we have to import this manually. Up here we type import Prisma from, and we put this into our lib folder, right? Into this Prisma file here. This is where we get our client from. And now we get auto completion and we have this job type on here. This is available because we have a job model in our schema and we generated the Prisma client earlier, right? And this is when this job field here was generated, and on this we get nice auto completion. So we want to fetch all our available jobs. So we call find many, and in here we can pass a filter where curly braces approved is true, we only want to show approved jobs, comma, and we also want to order them. So you should get autocomplete here, also for the available fields. We have a created add field in our job model, and we want to order them in descending order, with the newest one at the top. Okay, for now, let's just JSON.stringify this data in here to see that we are actually getting something. So we stringify the jobs. And then when npm run dev is running, we should be able to refresh our page, and here are our jobs from the database. So this is the dummy data we inserted earlier. But of course, a page that looks like this is not a great user experience. So let's create a job list item that we can put on our screen. I want to put this into the components folder. So in the src folder, there is a components folder here, where also our UI components are in. We right click on the components folder, create a new file, which we call job list item, but you can give this any name you want. And then in here we export a default function with the same name. Every job list item will need a job from our database to display, right? So we create an interface for the props. Let's call it job list item props. And in here we will pass a job of type job. And job is an import from the Prisma client. Again, this type is automatically generated from our database schema. So this is one single entry in our job table with all the fields. And then we pass this job as prop down here to the function job list item props. We have to put this between curly braces because we are destructuring the props here. And then I also want to destructure this field further, which we can do by adding a colon behind job, curly braces, and in here we can destructure the single fields that we need. We type them all out by hand. Title, company name, type, location type, location, salary, the company logo URL, and the created add timestamp. Okay, and then in the function block here, we return the layout for each job. We wrap this into an HTML article tag. You could also use a div, but article is a bit more idiomatic. It's better for SEO if this has the appropriate tag. We're gonna add some class names here to style this, but for now, maybe let's just put the title in here so that we can use this component in our page.tsx file, and then we finish the styling later. So let's replace this expression here where we stringified the data into another expression that takes each job and it maps each of them to an instance of our job list item, which looks like this. Here we create a job list item, we pass the job in this map call to it, and since we are creating a list here, we also have to provide a unique key for which we can use the unique ID of the job, or the slug, which is unique as well. Now when we save this, we already see a very rudimentary list of our jobs. And now we go back into the job list item component and we finish styling this. Okay, so we go to the article class name and then we use Tailwind to style this. We turn this into a flex box with flex, and we add a gap here, which adds some spacing between the single elements we put into this article. We also add a border, and then we set rounded LG, which gives these elements a rounded border. We also want to add some padding with P5, which looks like this. And when we hover over an element, I want to change the background color. For this, we use the hover modifier in Tailwind. And then we set the color to BG muted, which is one of the color variables that Shadcn installed. And it's better to use these variables instead of hard coding colors, because this way we can more easily change them. And we can also add support for dark mode. So the muted color looks like this, but it's a bit too dark. I want to add some transparency, which we can do with slash and the number, /60. So now it's a bit lighter. And now when we press the formatting shortcut, it should automatically order our class names here appropriately, because we installed the Prettier Tailwind extension, right? To try this out, let's actually put them into a messed up order. I'm going to put the flags here. And now when I press Shift-Alt-F, it puts them into the correct order. So we keep a consistent style throughout our whole project. And Prettier also automatically adds stuff like semicolons or parentheses. To see this, I'm going to change this a bit. So we could write our code like this, press the formatting shortcut, and everything looks great again. This is why I'm really a fan of Prettier. Okay, let's continue. Remove the title for now. And as the first item here, we put an image, which is an import from Next.image. Here I want to show either the company logo URL or this placeholder image I added. Let's import this placeholder image first. Import company logo placeholder. You can give this any name you want. From add/assets/company logo placeholder. Then to our image we add the src prop, and here we want to use the company logo URL, or if it's null, the company logo placeholder. We also add an alt text for accessibility. In here we add a template string, which will contain the company name followed by the word logo. I think this makes sense. We also need to define a width and height. Let's set them both to 100. There are the placeholder images because the dummy data didn't contain any actual company logos. We will upload some later. And I also want to style this a little bit. We make this rounded with rounded LG, which looks better if the image is an actual rectangular, then it will have rounded corners. And then we add this self-center class, which makes sure that this image stays in the middle vertically, even if this item gets bigger. Okay, then directly below the image, inside the article, we create a div, which will take up the remaining space next to the image. To this div, we add class names as well. With flex grow, we make it take up the available space, as I just explained. And then we add space right 3, so that the single items we put in here have some spacing between them. Then we go inside this div and create another div. In here I want to put the title of this job entry. So we create an h2 and in here we put the title. I also want to style this h2. I want to make the text a bit bigger with text XL. And then I want to make the text a bit thicker with font medium. Okay, on my screen this all looks a bit big because I have set a zoom level on this monitor, but on your screen it probably has around this size. Okay, and still in the same inner div, right below this headline, I want to put a paragraph tag that shows the company name. And I want to set the color to text muted foreground, which is this grayish color, and again this is a color variable that Shadcn created for us. Okay, so this is the title and the company name, and below this inner div here we put another div which contains the metadata like the type of the job or the location. We set a class name on this div as well, again this text muted foreground, because all these fields should have this grayish color. Okay, and in here we put a bunch of paragraph tags, which each show a little icon and a text next to it. And the icons are provided by Lucid React, which was also installed when we set up Shadcn earlier. Okay, so in here we put this briefcase icon, but autocomplete doesn't work. So I have to import this manually. Import briefcase from Lucid React. Now it should work. Briefcase. We set the size prop to 16. And then we add this class name shrink0. This makes sure that this icon never shrinks if the available space gets too small, because this would look weird. And next to it we want to render the type value. So full-time, part-time, and so on. But we want to put them next to each other. So we style this paragraph tag with flex, item center. We add a little gap of 1.5. And then we also add sm::hidden. Remember, we make our layout responsive. When there is enough available horizontal space, we want to have the type here as a badge in the top right corner. Only on small screens, we want to show the type here in this list. But if there's enough space, we want to hide it. So we use this screen size modifier, sm, which will hide this element if the screen is bigger than 640 pixels. Okay, and then we need a bunch more of these paragraphs here with icons and some text. So let's duplicate this 4 times. We can either just copy and paste, or you can also hold down Shift, Alt, and press the down key 4 times. At least this is how it works on Windows. Then we change the second briefcase icon to map pin. Now I get auto completion. If you don't, then you have to add this icon here to the import by hand. So map pin, and here we want to render the location type, and this one should not be hidden on large screens. Only the type and then the date here at the bottom. So we delete this SM hidden and then the next one and this one here as well. So we remove these 3 SM hiddens here. Just delete them, but keep them at the bottom one and at the top one. Of course, if you want to build a different layout, you're welcome to do so. Okay, then we change this briefcase icon to globe tour. And we change type to the location itself. And if there is no location, we want to render the string worldwide instead. So if we don't provide a city, this will just say worldwide. Let's see if we have an example. Yeah, down here. A remote job that doesn't have a location. Then we change the next briefcase icon to the bank note icon. And here I want to render the salary, but we store this as a normal int, as a number. I want to show this as a US dollar value with proper currency formatting. For this we will create a little utility function. So let's go into our utils file. Again, Shadcn automatically generated this file when we set it up. Here we export another function called format money, and to it we pass the amount of money as a number. Yeah, and then we format it with a helper that we have available by default in JavaScript. We return a new int, which is not a package we installed. This is available by default in JS. And here we have this number format class. Then we pass a local string for which we pass en minus US with an uppercase US like this. And this will format this number in US dollar. There are also other formats available like euro, for example, but we stay with US dollar. Then the second argument is this JavaScript configuration block where we can pass a style for which we pass currency. Then there's also a currency field for which we pass USD. And then outside of this closing parenthesis here, we call .format, pass the amount to it, and then we return this whole value. And this will be of type string. Now, while we are here, we will also need another utility function to format the date. So let's create it right now. Export function relative date, to which we pass a from date. Again, we return this value right away. And here we use format distance, blah, blah, blah. Again, auto import doesn't work. This function is coming from the datefns package we installed earlier. Because writing this logic ourselves would be very verbose. And I really don't want to do this here. So we import this manually from datefns. And in here should be a format distance to now strict function. That's a mouthful. This is the one we want to use. Format distance to now strict, to which we pass the from date. And then another configuration object where we can set add suffix to true. The suffix is the word that will be added behind it. So either ago or, I don't know, before probably. Okay, then let's go back into our job list item here. So where we have the banknote, we want to format our money. So we call our format money function and pass the salary value from our database to it. And there it is. So we get the dollar sign, we get the comma and the decimal point at the correct place. In the database, this is just an int, but we format this properly. Then the last icon down here is this clock icon. And here we call our relative date utility function and pass the created as timestamp to it. And this one is also hidden on large screens. So we will only see this on small screens. There it is. We added all of them 51 minutes ago. Okay, so 2 of these icons are hidden on larger screens because I want to put them on the right side. For this we create another div below our last div closing tag here, above the article closing tag. So here we put another div. We add some class names. This one is hidden by default, so on small screens, but on SM screens we set this to flex. And SM is also where we hide these other icons here, right? So below SM we show these icons, and above SM we show these icons. This is how you achieve this responsiveness with Tailwind. We also need a bunch of other classes here. We want to make this a flex column, so the elements are below each other. We want to add shrink 0 again, so these icons don't shrink when there is not much space available. We want to put these icons all the way to the right side of this element. We do this with items end. And with justify between, we put one item here at the top and one at the bottom. You will see this in a moment. Now for the type, I want to create a little badge because it looks good. For this we need a new component. So let's right click on our components folder and create a badge.tsx. Export default function badge. And of course this badge needs the children as prop, so whatever we put inside this badge. So we create an interface, badge props. In here we pass the children, which is of type react.reactNode. This way we can put anything in there, not only text but also another kind of element if we want. We destructure this children prop down here from the badge props. And then we return a simple span that renders these children. And we add some styling to this span. Of course we could also put a span directly into our job list item, but this way we keep it reusable. Let's save this for now, we take care of the styling in a moment. First let's add this badge to our job list item. So here we want to render this new badge component, which will show the type of job. And when we save it, it's there, but it's not styled yet. Let's do it now. Let's go back to the badge.tsx file and we add the following class names. We add a border, which we make rounded. Then we need some padding. We set the horizontal padding with px2 and a smaller vertical padding with py 0.5. We set the background to BG muted, which is this grayish color, and the text to muted foreground, which is a darker gray. Then we add text SM, which makes the text a bit smaller. And then we add font medium, which makes the text a bit thicker. So those are all the classes we need. Gonna format this. And if you need, you can pause the video and type them out. Then we go back to the job list item and finish this. So here is our badge, and below it we want to show another span. This time it's not a badge, it's just a normal span. Here we want to show the clock icon again with the same size of 16 as we also use here. We close this tag and then we again render the relative date next to it, right here. But we want to style this span here as well. Flex, items center, gap 1.5 and text muted foreground. Yeah, and this is how it looks. And again, this is responsive. This is only shown on the right side on large screens. If the screen gets smaller, it moves here into this list. Okay, I think our job list items look pretty cool. We still have to add some styling to our front page here. So first of all, I want to give this whole page a max width and then center it on the screen. So we add some class names to the main tag. We set the max W to 5XL. And then we want to center this horizontally with mauto, which adds the margin auto CSS attribute. I also want to add a horizontal padding of 3 with px3 and a vertical margin of 10, so there's some space here above and below where we later add the footer. And then we add space y10, which will affect the elements we put into this tag. However, I don't want this 10 spacing between the single job list items, so we wrap this into another div, like this, which gets its own space y of 4. So we create this smaller gap. Then we also wrap this inner div here into a section. Section again is an HTML tag, which tells search engine crawlers and also accessibility tools that whatever is down here is a separate section. Again, this is not so important. You could also make this a div, but it's a little bit better. And the reason I create a separate section here is later there will also be some other elements in here, the sidebar and the pagination bar. This is why we add this additional section. But above this section, we put another div. This div will contain a headline for this page. So to this new div, we add some more class names. Space y5 this time and text center. In here we put an h1 headline, which will just say developer jobs. Later we will make this headline dynamic, so it changes with the different search filters, but for now we just hardcode this. But by default, headlines are unstyled in Tailwind CSS, so we add our own styling. Text for XL, font extra bold, tracking tight lowers the spacing between the single letters, which just looks a bit better for headlines. And on large screens, so LG colon, we make the text even bigger, text 5XL. So now when we have a lot of space, the text is a little bit bigger than on smaller screens. And when we hover over LG, we can see the breakpoint, 1024 pixels. Above this value, this class here will be active, and below, the class without the modifier will be active. Then below this h1, still inside this div, I want to add another paragraph, which says find your dream job. So this is just a subtitle. And we change the text color to text muted foreground again. Yeah, looks pretty professional if you ask me. Okay, and then I also want to add a min width to this whole website, so that we can't squish this together indefinitely, because at a certain point it's difficult to read even with a responsive layout. I want to set a min width of 350 pixels for this layout. And the best place to do this is in our root layout, because then it will be applied to the whole website. So we change the class name of this body tag. In here we are already passing the font class name. We surround this with backticks. Wrap this into an expression so it stays active. And then we also add min w, but instead of one of these fixed values, we set this to an arbitrary value, which we can do like this with these square brackets, 350 pixels. And now our layout will never get smaller than these 350 pixels, which I think is reasonable. Okay, now I want to set up the filter sidebar, and there we will already call our first server action. So let's create a new component for this. In the components folder, job filter sidebar.tsx. We create this file and we export this function here. The HTML tag we want to use in here is aside. Again, we could use a normal div, but aside is a bit more idiomatic for a sidebar. For now, I just want to put a text in here and put it into the layout. So let's save this and then go into the root layout. We put the sidebar here into the section above the list. So job filter sidebar. And there it is. It's just a text for now. And then we add some classes to the section because we want to align them horizontally, right? So we make this a flex box. By default, this will be a flex column. On small screens, this will be below each other. But from the MD breakpoint onwards, we set this to a flex row so that they are aligned like this, left and right. We also add some spacing with gap 4. And then we want the job list to take up the remaining available width, right? So we go into this div here, which wraps the job list items, and we set this to grow. So now it takes up the available space, and here's our sidebar. Then let's go back to the sidebar component. So now let's style this aside tag here with class names. On the MD breakpoint, which is when we show it on the left side, I want to give this a fixed width of 260 pixels. So now it takes up a bit more space. I want to make this stick to the top, for which we can use this sticky class. And now when we scroll down, it doesn't work yet because we also have to add top 0 for the position. Yeah, still doesn't work. There's still something missing. I think this is because this right now takes up the full height, which we can see by setting a background color. I want to set this to hFit, so it's only as high as the content in it, and now sticky works. Okay, let's remove this background color here. Instead, we set the background color to BG background, which again is a color variable in our globals file. And by not hard-coding the background color, we can support light and dark theme. Then I want to give this a border again and set it to rounded LG. So it looks like this. And on small screens, it's at the top. On larger screens, it's on the left side. Then inside this aside tag, let's remove this text, and instead we want to add a form with a lowercase f. In here we put a single form fields, and forms can call server actions even inside server components. Remember, in server components we don't have JavaScript features. We can't execute an on-click handler on a button, for example. But the forms action prop works even in server components because this is one of the oldest native HTML features. And in Next.js we can pass a server action in here, which is just a function. And this function will automatically be turned into a post endpoint, which this form can then call. Let's call this function filter jobs. It's not available yet because we haven't created it yet. Let's do so now. We do this in the same file above the component itself. We could also put this into a separate file, but if this file is not a client component, we can put the server action directly in here. So we create an async function, which we give the same name, filter jobs. And these server actions that we call from forms receive the form data as input, which is whatever we typed into the form fields before we submitted it. We will take care of this server action in a moment. For now, let's finish the layout. Into this form tag, we put a div. And on this div, we add some vertical spacing with space y4 between the single form fields. The reason why we add the spacing here and not to the form itself is because when we use a server action inside a server component, Next.js actually automatically adds a hidden input field here that contains the ID of the server component, and this will mess up our spacing. This is why I created this additional wrapper. Okay, and in here we put our first input field. First we add a label, which we import from ./ui.label. It's important that you don't import the Radix one because this one is unstyled. We want to import the one that we have in our own components folder. And this label component was added by Shadcn earlier when we install the input component. We close this label and in here we write search. And when we save this and refresh the page, we get an error because Next.js doesn't know that this is a server action. So spoiler alert, we declare a server action by adding this useServer string at the top of the function. This way we turn this into a server action and now this should work. And here is our label, which has some styling applied to it. And below we add an input with an uppercase I. Again, this is an import from our UI components folder. This gets a self-closing tag, and this is already styled because this is coming from Shadcn. And I structured this tutorial in a way that we start with the most simple approach of building and submitting our form without React Hook Form and any complicated logic. This is basically just a normal HTML form that sends form data. And this works by giving this input field a name. I set this to Q, which is short for query, but you can give this any name you want. And when we submit this form, this Q field will be contained inside this form data. Then we can also give this a placeholder text. So here I write title, comma, company, comma, etc. This is just what will be shown here before we type something in. Then we should also connect the label to the input field so that when we click the label, the input field is automatically selected. This is also important for accessibility. We do this via this HTML4 prop, which we also set to Q. And then we give the input the ID Q as well. So this HTML4 and this ID have to match because this way the browser knows that this label belongs to this input field. And now when we click this label, the input field is selected. But I want to align them properly. So we wrap the label and the input field into another div like this. And then we style this div with flex, flex col and gap2. So now they are closer to each other. And then let's also add some padding to the sidebar here. On the aside tag, we add a P4. Okay, looks much better. And then we need a few more form fields here, but the other ones are not inputs, they are select fields. And Shadcn provides such a select component. The problem is this one here doesn't work without JavaScript. But we want our filter form to work without JS. This is why we didn't add this one. We will create our own select component, which doesn't have this nice styling. For this drop-down menu here, it will look a bit worse, but it will work without JS. And that's the important part. And I just stole the styling of the select component itself. Yeah, by copy-pasting it from the Shadcn component. We can do this. So what we do is we create our own select component. I put this into the UI folder in the components folder this time because it's a pretty low level component in my opinion. So I put it into this nested folder, but this is just personal preference. This UI folder was created by Shadcn earlier. So we put a select in here. This time I gave it a lowercase name because this is how Shadcn also names these components and I want to keep it consistent. So in here we export a default function called select. And in here I want to render a select component. For now let's save this and put it into our sidebar here so that we see how it looks. So below this inner div with the label and the input, we put another div with the same styling. Again flex, flex col, and a gap of 2. Again in here we put a label with an uppercase L. This time the HTML4 is set to location. The label text will say location. And in here we want to put our select field. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, it's completely unstyled by default. So let's style this now. So back into the select.tsx file. First of all, I want this to take the same props as the normal HTML select. So we can customize this from the outside if we want. For this we pass the props here, which we don't destructure this time. And we set the type to react.html props, and then we add a pair of angle brackets, and in here we have HTML select element as a type. This way our select component takes the same props as a normal select component, including, for example, the ID that we set to location and the name that we set to location as well. And again, now the label is connected to the select field. Okay, back to the select component. Now we want to style this with some class names. But we also want to be able to add additional class names from the outside when we call this component if we want to change the styling. We don't want to completely hard-code it. For this we change the class name into an expression, and then we use this cn function here, which Shadcn earlier put into our utils file. This is responsible for passing different Tailwind classes that intelligently override each other. Otherwise we have the problem that we might set a different color from the outside, but it's not applied because the order of these Tailwind classes actually doesn't matter. Just because we pass a class to the right of another class in the class name string, it doesn't mean that it will override the other class, because this is not how a CSS works. But cn makes sure that whatever we pass second will override the first value. So the first value in cn will be our default styling that we hardcode here, and the second value after a comma is props.className. Those are the class names we pass to the select from the outside. This way we keep this component customizable. And here in this first string we want to add a default styling. We set a fixed height of 10, which has a certain rem and pixel value. As usual, we add a border, which we make rounded with rounded MD. And again, I copy this styling from Shadcn. Then we actually want to hide this downwards caret icon here, because we can't add padding to it by default. It just stays at this position. So we replace this for our own one. We can remove this with appearance none. Now it's gone. Then we add the truncate class, which makes sure that if the text in here becomes too long, it will be cut off and there will be an ellipsis at the end. This is what truncate takes care of. Then we set it to BG background again, so it's not transparent. Then we add this border input class, which changes the color of the border, if I'm not mistaken. And we need a few more classes. Let me make this big so you can see them better. Vertical padding of 2. Then we add the padding on the left with PL3 and the larger padding on the right, PR8. We add the larger padding on the right because there will be our drop-down icon and we don't want the text to overlay it. Then we set the text to a small with text SM. And then we need a few more classes that add this focus ring here on the outside. And if you get confused by all these classes we have to add, you can also copy them from the GitHub repository of this project. But it's better if you type them out by hand. So we add ring offset background space focus colon, which is another modifier. So only when the select field is focused, we want to set the outline to none. Then we add focus colon again. We want to set a ring of 2, then again space, and we are almost done. The next one is focus colon ring ring, whatever this does. Yeah, it styles the ring color, I guess. Then focus colon ring offset 2, then disabled colon cursor not allowed, which changes the cursor. I just want to keep this consistent with Shadcn's input field. And the last one is disabled opacity 50, which makes this a bit transparent. Then we can reorder these classes, and now this looks very similar to this input field with the same focus ring. But again, since we also passed this class name prop, we can customize this from the outside if we want. So if I want to set the background color to red, then this will override the internal background color. But we are not quite done yet. First of all, we want to have our drop-down icon here, right? Because we removed the existing one, because we can't change the position of that one. Instead, we add our own chevron down icon from Lucid React. And we style this with some class names and then close this tag here. I want to give this an absolute positioning on the right with right 3 and on top 3. Then we set width and height with h4 and width 4. This is an alternative to using the size prop that we used earlier. We can also change the width and height via CSS, doesn't really matter. And we want to add some transparency to it. Now, since we use the absolute positioning here, we have to wrap this whole select into a div, to which we add relative positioning for the children. And we also need to add the W full class to the input field, so it takes up the full available space. And I made a little mistake here. So this chevron down icon should not be inside the select. It should be below. And actually the select can get a self-closing tag. So we delete this closing tag and make it self-closing like this. And now it works. Here's the down icon. Then we also have to make sure that the props we pass here are actually applied to the select field, right? Because right now we only use the class name, but we also want to apply the ID and all the other stuff we pass. And we do this by spreading these props here into this component. One more change we have to make. This way we also override this class name if we pass a class name from the outside. So we don't apply our default styling. This is why we need the class name separately. So we go up here to props, we surround this with curly braces. In here we want to destructure the class name, comma, and then we write ... props. This is the rest props syntax. This way the class name will not be contained in these props and not be applied down here. And we change this one here to just class name, because now we destructure this separately. And now when we pass a different styling from the outside, it should not override our default styling. Perfect. Okay, and there is one more change we have to make to this component. And you can already see why it's useful to use a third-party component library, because setting up components and making them properly reusable and accessible is actually not that easy. Later we will also use this select field with React Hook Form, and React Hook Form needs a ref to this component. A ref is a direct reference with which we can access this component, and this has a special syntax in React. We can see the syntax when we take a look into one of the Shadcn components. Somewhere here is this forwardRef, and this forwardRef wrapper is necessary to get this ref inside here. It's not a normal prop. We want to add such a forwardRef here as well. It's just a few changes that we have to make, but you have to make sure to make them at the correct place, otherwise the code will not compile. So we go behind export default, before function. Here we write forwardRef, then we add a pair of angle brackets. The first argument here between these angle brackets is HTML select element. And the second argument is this props type that we already used here. So here, this one, we can cut this out and put it here after a comma. So now you should have two closing angle brackets here. We go behind this closing angle bracket, then we wrap this whole component all the way to the end of the file into parentheses, because the function is now an argument to the forwardRef call that we do here. Then we go down here and remove this colon, and instead we write comma, and in here we get our ref as the second argument. So this is how the whole syntax looks. Now we still get our props as before, and separately we get this ref. And this ref we pass to this component as a prop. The normal select component here, the default one, already handles this ref for us. The problem is we wrap this select component into our own component. And to keep this ref intact, we have to pass it ourselves with this forwardRef syntax. But the good news is now we are done with the select component. And now we have a nice select component that looks good and works properly, and we can reuse it in different places. Okay, now we can go back into our job filter sidebar. and fill this select down here with values. And just like in a normal select, we can now put different options in here with a lowercase o. This works because our select component takes all the same props of a normal select, and the children are one of these props. So we can pass children here. Let's add the first option, which will say all locations. And now it's contained in our drop-down menu here. Again, the drop-down menu doesn't have this nice styling that Shadcn has, but only this one here, this plain one, works without JavaScript. So we have to use this one. The one Shadcn uses is technically not a real HTML select, it's a custom drop-down component. Okay, so the label is already connected to the select, right? So when we click this, it focuses the select field for accessibility. I also want to set a default value on the select. We set this to an empty string, and then we set the value of the first option also to an empty string. So this is the default value, which will not apply any filters. And then we want to add an option for each location, right? But instead of just putting a huge list with all locations in here, I only want to show the locations that are actually in our dataset, which means that we need to fetch them from our database. And this is still a server component. So we can make this an async function and fetch the data that we need here. Let's create a const called distinct locations. Then we call await Prisma. Again, we have to import this up here. Import Prisma from add/lib Prisma. Okay, so prisma.job.findMany. Again, we add a filter. Again, we only want to show the approved ones. So where approved is true. Then we also don't need most of the data of these jobs, right? We only need the location. So we can add the select field, and here we set location to true. This way Prisma will only return this one column in our database and not all the other data that we don't care about, which is a bit more efficient. And then we have this distinct modifier here. And in here we add an array with square brackets, and inside this array we put location as a string. And this is the cool thing about Prisma. It has these utility functions and filters that we can use, which are easier to use than writing raw SQL queries. But this is not an array of strings, it's an array of objects that contains the location we care about. So we also have to map this into an array of strings. So we could create a separate variable, but to keep this more concise, we can also directly chain then on here to do something when this promise has resolved. So after the closing parenthesis here, we write then, and here we get past all the locations, right? And we want to map these locations. So we write locations, right arrow. I'm gonna continue in the next line just for readability. Now we take these locations, cal.map, because we want to take each location object and turn it into a normal string. So we make 2 pairs of parentheses and 1 pair of curly braces, because this way we can destructure this object. Remember, in here is our location. We don't get autocomplete here, but this field is in there. Then we want to map this object to the location itself. And if this is confusing to you, then you can also write this as separate statements. You can first fetch this data and then map it. But all this does is it takes this location out of each object and it turns this array into an array of strings. One more cal we attach here. We also cal.filter and pass a boolean to it. What does this do? This removes all the null values in here. Because remember, not every job has a location. So the type of location is string or null. And with this filter cal, we remove all the null values. So we format this. You can pause the video and make sure that your code matches. And the only problem with this filter cal here is that TypeScript doesn't actually recognize that we remove the null values. So the type of distinct locations is still string or null array. So we have to assert the type ourselves, which is a bit unfortunate, but it's necessary. So we remove this closing semicolon here. We wrap this whole await call from here, before await, to after the last closing parentheses, into another pair of parentheses. And then we cast this into a string array like this. Because now we tell TypeScript the type of distinct locations is a string array. Okay, and now we have this string array of distinct locations, and we can create options in our drop-down menu from them. So we add an expression here with curly braces. We take our distinct locations, and we want to map them to option objects. So in here we get past each location, and for each location we want to create an option. So we write option. Again, we need a key. Since we are creating a list, the key will be the location itself because the location is unique. And the value is the location as well, the location string. And the text we show in here is also the location. Okay, and now we have our drop-down menu with our distinct locations. Isn't this cool? Okay, we need another drop-down menu for the different job types, part-time, full-time, and so on. But this time we don't need to fetch any data from our database. Those values will be hard-coded, but I want to put them into a separate file. I want to put them into the lib folder. In here, let's create a file called jobtypes.ts. And in here, I want to export a const called jobtypes, which is a simple string array. Okay, and in here I paste these different values. Again, you can pause the video and type them out, but what you add in here is up to you. You can also use different values if you prefer. We just store them as strings in our database. I want to add one more array in here, so another export const location types. We later need them when we create a new job. In here we put three values: remote, on-site, and hybrid. Okay, back into our job filter sidebar, and I want to put the type filter actually above the location filter, but below the search input. So right here. Again, we create a div with the same styling as we already used for the other two. Flex col gap tour. In here we put another label, HTML4 type. The label will also say type, and below we put another of our uppercase S select. The ID is set to type, the name is type, and again we set the default value to an empty string. And again the default value will say all locations. And then again we need to map. Let's actually copy this one down here, this distinct locations map call, paste it here, but we want to map from our job types now. So job types, we change the variable name with F2 to type, and the rest should stay the same. Yeah, now here are our different job types. Okay, there's one more field I want to add, and that's a checkbox. So below this div here, right here, we create another div. And again, we add some class names. This time they are a bit different because the checkbox and the label are aligned horizontally. So we set this to flex, item center gap 2. We want to have the label on the right side. So now we put the checkbox first, and the checkbox is just another input field, which as usual we give an ID, which will be a remote. We set the name to remote as well, and by setting the type to checkbox we create a checkbox field. Let's see, and there it is. Yeah, it's blue by default. Let's change the color and let's make it a bit bigger with class names. With scale 125 we can make it bigger because we can't use the width and height on here. It doesn't work on a checkbox. And with accent black we make the checkbox black via this accent color attribute here. But again, you can style this however you want. And now I want to put an uppercase label to the right of it with HTML4 remote. And this will say remote jobs. And there it is. And now we can click the label and it's properly connected to the input field, just like all the other labels. Okay, and lastly, we need a button to submit this form. Remember, we are still inside a server component. There are no on-click handlers available in here. But when we have a form, we don't need an on-click handler to submit it. We just need a button with the type submit set on it. So here we put an uppercase button. Again, the import from /UI, because this is the button that has the appropriate styling. We set the type to submit. And this tells the browser that when we click this button, this form should be submitted, which then triggers our server action. And again, no JavaScript is required for this. And the only class we add on here is wfull to give it the full available width. And this will say filter jobs. And there's our button. Nice. And now when we submit this form, it will take all the values and put it into this form data and pass it to our server action. And we can get these values by their names. So each field has a name, and this is where we can get these values from. Let's try this out. For now, let's just log one of these values to the console. So normally we get a value like this, formData.get, to which we pass the name. For example, Q, which is the search input that we pass. And by default, the type of this is form data entry value, which is basically either a string or a file. So normally when you work with this, you also have to cast this to a string. But we will handle this in a better way in a moment. For now, I just want to log this to the console. And since this is running on the server, we will see these log messages in our console, not in the browser. So let's try this out. We should be able to submit our server action. So let's type something into the search field, filter jobs, and there's our query. This is passed to our server action. And now in this server action, we can execute any backend code. We can make changes to our database. We can do anything that we can do on a normal server. But for our first server action here, we will keep it simple. We will just redirect to a new URL with the appropriate filters in the search params. Again, I wanted to start with a simple example so that you can step by step learn about these server actions without getting overwhelmed. And by the way, if you are enjoying this tutorial, then please leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Especially the like is important because it helps this video find more people. And this in turn motivates me to make more of these videos in the future. Now again, we could extract all these values like this from the form data one by one, cast them, and then check if they are available. But the cleaner way is to set up a proper validation schema. The most popular validation library right now is Zod, which was installed together with Shadcn earlier. So let's create such a validation library. I want to put this into a separate file, again in the lib folder, validation.ts. Let's put it in here. From here we export a const called job filter schema, and then we call z, but we have to import this. Sometimes autocomplete works, sometimes it doesn't. So we want to import z from Zod. I forgot the from keyword. And on this z variable we can create such an object which defines a Zod schema. And we want this object to have the same shape as our job filter here on the left. And for this we have a bunch of different validation rules. The Zod documentation is pretty huge. You can take a look in here. There are all these different rules you can use, but we only need a handful of them. So we need to add all the names of the fields that we expect, right? So the first one is Q, because Q is one of the names in our form here. So the first one is Q. We expect this to be a string. So we write z.string, which is a function, and then we append .optional, which means that we don't have to pass the string. It can also be undefined. Then we can duplicate this line 2 times, because type and location follow the same rules. And again, those are the names that we also use in our filter form. And the last one is remote. This one should actually be a boolean, but URL search params are always strings, but we can let Zod automatically turn the string into a boolean. So if the string has a value, then it's true-free and it will be turned into a boolean. For this we write c.coerce, which is not a function this time, so we don't add parentheses. Then we write .boolean, which again is a function, .optional. Again, this takes the remote string in the URL search params, and if the value is there, it turns it into the boolean value true. And all the other values are just normal strings. We will later create another schema for our new job form, which will be more complex, but this is a very simple one. And one cool feature of Zod is that we can automatically create a type from this schema, which is really useful later in different places where we want to pass around these filters. So we export a type here called job filter values equals z.infer angle brackets, and in between the angle brackets we write type of job filter schema. And this takes the schema and it turns it into a TypeScript type with the same types and optionality as we defined in our schema here. Isn't this cool? So for now we can close this file, and now we basically want to tell Zod, take all this form data and compare it with the schema. So let's remove this line. First of all, we have to turn the form data into a normal JavaScript object, which we do the following way. Const values equals object with an uppercase O from entries, and to this we pass form data.entries, which is a function, so we have to call it. This simply turns these form values into a JavaScript object, which we can then pass to Zod. So in the next line we write const parse result equals, then we take our job filter schema, which we export from our validation file, call.parse, and to this we pass this values object. So now Zod will compare these values with the job filter schema. If they don't match, it will throw an error, but if they match, we now have these validated values in this parse result. And now we have the appropriate types and the field names in here, and they are validated. So we know that these values are available. Whereas if we access them via the form data directly, we don't have this guarantee because we can put anything into this form data. Again, we can do all the backend logic in the server action, but for now we just want to redirect here. This is all the work we want to do here. Now let's destructure the parse results. So we remove the variable name and instead we add curly braces, and in here we find our different values. So q, type, location and the remote boolean, which now have all the appropriate types. Then we want to construct search params and redirect to the URL with these search params. So we create a const search params equals new URL search params, which doesn't require an import. To this we pass a JavaScript object. And in here we want to put each of these values as a search param, but only if it's defined, because all of them are optional. We can pass some of these filters, or we can pass none or all of them. So they are all possibly undefined. This is why we add them the following way. We make a pair of parentheses and write ... in front of it. In here we write q, two ampersand signs, then we create a JavaScript object like this. And in here we write q:, q.trim. Trim simply removes all the white spaces. So if I type something in like this, space, 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 stripe, then of course we don't want to include the white spaces in our search. So trim removes them. And with this weird syntax here, we just pass this part here conditionally. If q is defined, then we will put this into the search params. If q is not defined, then it will be omitted. This is what the syntax here does. Then we do the same in the next line. So we spread this expression, type, two ampersand signs, and since we don't need to change this value, we can just use the short form like this. instead of type colon type. Okay, let's duplicate this line. We also do the same for the location. And one more time below. If remote has a value, then we also want to add remote, but remote is a boolean. We have to turn this into a string. And if remote is true, so if our checkbox here is checked, we add the string true to the search params. You will see how exactly this looks in just a bit. And then we just want to redirect to these new search params. For this we use redirect from next/navigation. Make sure to add the correct import. And here we add the new URL in backticks, which is slash, so our root URL. And in here we put our search params variable, to which we call toString, which turns this into the URL search param syntax. So in case you don't know what URL search params are, they always look like this. They start with a question mark after the URL, then the name of the field, for example Q, our query, and then the value. Then an ampersand sign, location equals, and then the location value, and so on. This is what we get from these search params toString here. Okay, but instead of just talking about this, let's just try it out. So I refresh the page after saving all the changes. And now whatever I add in here should become part of the URL when we send this. We don't have a loading indicator yet, but it already works. Okay, but we have to add the question mark ourselves. I didn't notice this. So here after the slash in our redirect call, we add the question mark, because this indicates the start of the search params. Let's try this again. So again, I type in flow, and the filters don't work yet because we didn't actually filter our results yet. But the values are already added to the URL. Let's also try the remote filter, remote true, and this is how this looks. Now when we take a look into the Chrome DevTools and into the network tab, we should see a post request when we send our filters. And there it is. As you can see here, it's an HTTP post request. And this post request is sent to the same URL as the page we are currently on. So this is some magic that Next.js does for us. It creates this post endpoint basically. And to this post endpoint we pass all the form data, which you can see here. And here is the coolest thing. In the response of this post object is actually already the content of the new page after our redirect. And this is important because it would be very wasteful if we call a server endpoint and then make a redirect just to apply some filters to the URL. This would be 2 requests, and there are other ways to execute this with a single request. But these server actions are optimized so that it already returns the new page in the response of the post request itself. So we actually only have 1 request to get our new page. And since we use this inside a server component without any client-side features, this will also work with JavaScript disabled. So let's try this out. Disable JavaScript. I refresh the page. We don't have our default values set from the URL yet, but we will implement this later. Let's try this out again. I want to go to flow. And this works without JS. And this is a really good thing because again, some people have a slow internet connection and JavaScript might take a while to load. And this way our page here is interactive immediately. The user doesn't have to wait. If we would do the redirect operation client-side via the router, for example, then we would require JavaScript to execute this. But by using a form action and a server action, it doesn't require JavaScript. Okay, and the next step is to actually apply the filters and filter our results here. Just one more fix. The type says all locations at the moment. This should say all types. So we change this one here to all types. Okay, better. Okay, now we want to make sure that our filters here actually work. And we also want to add a loading state for our filter button here, right? Because right now we don't have one. But this will be interesting because we are inside a server component and we don't have state inside server component. So how are we supposed to get the loading state into this button? You will see it in just a moment. But first of all, I want to add an error page because these Server actions can throw errors. We don't expect any errors here, and there shouldn't be any happening, unless maybe if we insert invalid values for any of these filters. But I think even this should not be possible because, yeah, those are just strings. But still we add an error page in case we get an error anywhere in our app, basically. So we open our sidebar, we go into our app folder, and directly into the app folder we put an error.tsx. This is a special file in the Next.js app router. I covered this in my Next.js beginner tutorial, but this is simply a page that will be shown if there is an error thrown in our component that we don't catch ourselves. So the error page has to be a client component. So we add the use client directive at the top, and then I want to export a simple page here. So export default function, you can give this any name you want. I'm gonna call this error or error page. And again, in here we put a main tag. And in here I want to put a headline, and I want to give this headline the same styling as we have here on our front page, but I don't want to keep copying these classes over and over again. So what we can do is we can create an h1 component that contains this styling. So let's do this. Let's copy these class names here, then create a new component, and let's put it into the UI folder here. Let's call it h1.tsx. And here we export a default function that we call h1 with an uppercase h. This will receive the same props as a normal h1 tag, for which we again can use this existing React type. So React HTML props, angle brackets, HTML heading element. This one here. Not head element, but heading element. This way we can pass the same props to this component as we can also pass to the normal h1. And in here we simply want to render an h1. We can give this a self-closing tag. We spread the props, so we can pass anything to this component that we want, as long as it's part of the heading element props. And then we want to set the class name here to the same ones as here. So we add a class name, but again we turn this into an expression and use this cn function. Then we pass these class names as the first argument, as a string. And the second one is props.className, again so that we can change the styling from the outside. Okay, then we replace it in our front page here, so we don't have to style this anymore. Instead we use the uppercase h1 and import it from our UI folder. They should have the same styling as before. And then I also want to use the same headline on the error page. So, into this main tag we put an h1 tag with an uppercase h. The headline will just say error, and below a text that says an unexpected error occurred. And some styling on this main tag here. So class name, morder to center it on the screen. We add the same max width of 5xl that we also used on the front page. The same vertical margin and horizontal padding. And we set text center here as well. And one more, space y5 to add some spacing between the headline and the paragraph. Okay, bellissimo. And now to see this error page, we can throw an error here in our server action, just for testing purposes. Throw new error Bazinga. And we also have to comment out this part here below, otherwise it won't compile. Okay, let's try this out. Let's save it and then try to submit our sidebar. And here's our error page. Later, when we add a navbar and a footer to our page, they will also be shown on the error page. But again, in normal usage of our website, we never expect the user to even get here. Okay, and then to actually apply the filters, we have to add some logic to our page where we fetch all the jobs. Now, I don't want to make this component here too big, so let's extract the results into a separate component. So let's cut out this whole div here below the job filter sidebar with the grow and space y4. Let's cut this out and put this into a separate component, which we call job results.tsx. So here export default function, job results, and then we paste this div in here. We import the job list item component, and of course we need our jobs here. So we take this find many call from our homepage and we move it into this component, so it's properly encapsulated. We also have to make this function async. Again, this is still a server component, and we need Prisma over here. Now we can save this and we can render our job results here, and we should still see the same as before. Okay, and remember, we get the filter values from the URL. They are these URL search params. And a server component in the Next.js app router can receive these search params as props. For this we create another props interface. Let's just call it page props. And in here are these search params. And you have to spell them like this in camel case, because this is a special name in Next.js. And in here, Next.js will put whatever we put into the URL search params. And in here we expect the query, which is optional in form of a string, and 3 more optional strings. The type, the location, make sure the spelling fits to the name of your sidebar fields here, your input fields, and remote. But remote is not a boolean because all search params are strings. We just turn it into a boolean later when we parse it. Okay, then our homepage can receive these search params. So we destructure the props with curly braces and we set the type to page props. So now in here are the search params, which we can destructure into its single components: queue, type, location, and remote. Then we can pass these search params to our job results to filter the results, and also to the sidebar to set the default values when we refresh the page. But again, remote should be a boolean, right? But the search param is a string. So let's convert it here. For this we create a new object above called filter values. And we set the type to job filter values. Where is this coming from? This is the Zod type we created earlier, which is generated from our schema. Now we get auto-completion in here. This expects queue, which we just pass directly from the search params. Type as well, location. Only remote we have to convert, because the search param again is a string, but we expect a boolean. So if remote is equal to true, then we pass true here, otherwise we pass false. And remember, in our job filter sidebar, we added remote true as the search param in form of a string if the remote checkbox in our form was checked. So we receive this here. And here we turn it back into a boolean to get the job filter values. Then let's go back to the job results component and make it accept the filter values as props. So interface, job results props, which will take the filter values of type job filter values, which again is our Zod generated type. So now in these props here, job results props, we will find our filter values, which again I want to destructure. So in here, queue, type, location, and remote, which is now a boolean. Now for the search query, we want to use Postgres' full text search capability, because this is just a bit more powerful than a where query. This is described in the Prisma documentation. We already added this full text search preview feature here. And then we have different operators available. For an end query, so a text that contains multiple words, we use this ampersand sign. And this is what I want to use for our search string. So all search terms have to match. So let's go back into our code. At the start of our component, before we execute the find many query, we create our search string. So we create a const search string, and what we do is we take our q, which is just a single string, but it can contain multiple words. We call .split on it. This automatically adds the save call operator because it can be undefined. We want to split it at empty spaces because I want to replace these spaces for the ampersand operator. So we search for separate words. So we split it. Then we call .filter to filter out empty spaces. In filter we write word, right arrow, word.length is greater than 0. So for example, when I type in word 1 and then a lot of spaces and word 2, I don't want to create a separate entry in our search string array for every single space, right? This is why we filter out the ones that are empty. And then finally, we join this string again, because split turns it into an array. And then in here we write as a string, space, ampersand sign, space. Which again is this Postgres search operator. So to recap what this does, let's say we type into the search, Stripe front end, for example, 2 words. Then we don't want to search for this exact string in our database, because it's very unlikely that we have this combination of words in there. Instead, we want to add this ampersand operator in there, so that we search for Stripe and front end, but as separate words, so they can be in separate positions. And this is what we do here, by first splitting at empty spaces and adding this ampersand operator. And then the way we use the search filter looks like this. So in this where filter here, we can search for different fields like title, for example, curly braces, and in here we have search. And to this we can pass our search string. Now I don't only want to search in the title, I also want to search in other fields. And to not make this expression here too big, I want to store this filter in a separate variable, which I put above. So let's create a const search filter, and we give it the type so that we get auto-completion. And for these where clauses here, we can use this Prisma, which we have to import from the Prisma client, uppercase P, dot job where input type, which is automatically generated from our schema. And when we use this, we get the same autocomplete that we have down here in this where block. Okay, but we only want to pass the search filter if search string has a value, right? So we write search string, question mark. Then we put an object in here with the filters. And below, colon, if search string is empty, we pass an empty object. And the object here at the bottom stays empty, but we put our filters in here if the search string is defined. Okay, I showed you the search syntax a moment ago. We want to execute this in here, but on a bunch of different fields. And we start this with this all uppercase or filter, to which we have to pass an array. This way we say we want to search in the title and in the company name and some other places, but it's enough if only one of these places match. They don't all have to match. This is why we add an OR filter here. Okay, and then curly braces, and then we get autocomplete in here, because we use this job where input type. And then we use the same syntax I showed you a moment ago. Title colon, curly braces, search colon, search string. And this is how the syntax looks. But to this OR array, we add a few more. So we just duplicate this line 4 times, so that we have 5 in total. And then all the other fields you also want to search with your search string in. I want to search in the company name, the type, so that we can type in a full stack job, for example, and we search in this type field in our table. I also want to search in the location type and in the location. But you can customize this if you want different behavior. Okay, those are the search filters, but we still want to apply the other filters of our sidebar, which are these drop-down menus, right, for the type and the location, and the remote checkbox. So we create another variable below, which we just call where. And again, this is of type Prisma job where input, to get the same auto completion as up here. And I put this into a separate variable again for organization, because when we put the code directly in here, it will be harder to read. So instead I put it into this variable. Here this time we use the AND operator, because all the filters of our sidebar have to be applied. When we type in a search and we select a certain location, for example, then they all have to match in order to show the result. So in this AND filter, we first pass our search filter, which is the thing we constructed up here. And then our type filter. Again, we only want to put it in here if it is defined, which we do with this syntax, because now we are in an array and not in an object. So this means if type is defined, put this type filter in here. Instead, put this empty object in there, which doesn't have any effect at all. Comma, then we do the same for the location, which we also put in here conditionally, comma, and remote. Remote question mark. And if remote is true, we want to return only entries that have the location type remote, which is a string, because we store this as a string value. And again, if remote is false, we don't want to add a filter. So if the remote checkbox is not checked, we actually return remote and on-site jobs, because I think this makes more sense. And then we also only want to show jobs that are approved, right? This is the filter that we already had down here. But now we replace this for this newer, more complex where filter. And since this variable has the same name as this key here, we can use the short syntax again and just write where. And this will now be applied to this find many call together with the search filters and these other filters here. Let's try this out. Let's save this and then pass these filters to job results. So here we have our job filter values that we read from the URL search params, and we pass them to the job results, and then they should be applied to the Prisma query. And this works because we have this query active flow and it's searched in the title here. Let's search for Stripe, for example. And there's our Stripe job. We can also search for cities. Cupertino was one that we had, right? Or use one of these other filters here. Should show the same result. Or maybe let's search for part-time jobs if we have any. Filter, and there they are. Nice. Later we will add pagination and metadata to this page, like an appropriate page title. For now I also want to add an empty view, because if we add filters for which we don't have any results, right now this is just empty. So let's go into our job results component again, down here to the return block. Below our map call inside the div, we add another expression, where we check if jobs.length is equal to 0. Then we want to render an empty view. So this is just a paragraph with some class names, text center and mauto to center this. This will say no jobs found. Try adjusting your search filters. And let's see, there it is. Yeah, pretty cool, I think. Now I also want to use these filter values from the URL as the default values on the sidebar, so that when we refresh the page or open this URL directly, we have them applied and we don't get reset to this default state. So let's go into the job filter sidebar once again, which now needs some props. So here below our server action, interface, job filter sidebar props, and again we will pass the job filter values to it, but this time I'm gonna name them default values because it's a more fitting name, because those are just the default values for the input fields. We destructure them down here as usual, so job filter sidebar props, and in here are the default values, and then we apply them to our different form fields. So let's start with the title input field, which is here. Default value equals default values.q. If it doesn't have a value, the field will stay empty. If it has a value, it will be put into this search field. Then our select below, which already has this empty string as the default value, we change this to a default values.type to vertical bars empty string, so that if we don't have a value in the URL, we still use our empty string for the all types as the default value. We do the same in the next select field. Again, default values.location or an empty string. And on the checkbox down here, this is called default checked, which again we set to default values.remote. If remote is true, then we want this checkbox to be checked. Of course, we also have to pass this prop here to the job filter sidebar on our page, and then our page should render again. And we can already see that it works because it applied the search query and our type filter to the sidebar after refreshing the page. And again, this is especially important when we share this URL with someone, because when they open the page, they should see the filters already applied, right? It's just a better user experience. Okay, then we want to add a loading state to our submit button. But again, we are inside a server component in our page here. And in server components, we don't have state or effects. So we can't add a loading state here. So how do we do this? This is where this new React Hook UseFormStatus comes into play. This is a pretty new hook, and it has just been marked stable in Next.js 14. This allows us to create a small child component that can be rendered on the client, which receives the form status of the parent. So we can keep the page as a server component, and only this button will be a client component. And in here we can have our loading state. There's also another new hook with a very similar name, UseFormState, which we will also use later in this tutorial. So what we basically do is we want to extract this button here into a separate component, which can then read this form state. So we create a new component in the components folder. I'm going to call it form submit button. I think this is a fitting name. And I put this into the components folder and not into the UI components folder, because I think this is a bit higher level than a normal button, but this is up to personal preference. This has to be a client component, because in here we want to call our UseFormStatus hooks, and we can only call hooks inside client components. We cannot use hooks inside server components. This is also why we can't use state there. Okay, below we write export default function with the same name, form submit button. This button will take the same arguments as a normal button. So we write props, and again we use this React type, React.button HTML attributes, angle brackets, HTML button element. This way again we can pass all the same props to this form submit button that we can also pass to a normal button, like the type or class name. Okay, and at the top of the component we destructure a value, which we get by calling this UseFormStatus hook, which is an import from React DOM. Doesn't take any arguments. And in here we have 4 different values: action, data, method, pending. Usually the pending value is the only one you care about. This is the loading state for the parent form. So when we submit our job filter sidebar form, pending will be true. And we can use this in here to show a loading indicator. So in here we want to render a button, uppercase B, from our UI folder, because this button should be styled. Here we first of all spread all the props that we pass to it, so they are applied. We hardcode the type to submit, because this will always be a submit button. This is why we called it form submit button. And then we can use our loading state in here. For example, we can make this button disabled if pending is true. But buttons also have this disabled prop that we can pass, right? And we want to take this into consideration as well. So we say if props.disabled is true, or if pending is true, we want to disable this button, so that we can still disable it manually if we want to. In here we want to render the children, which is just the text that we put into the button, but also a loading indicator next to it. So we create a span for styling. To align these two elements horizontally, we add some classes to the span, flex, item center, justify center, and a gap of 1. In here we put props.children, which is whatever we put between the opening and the closing tag of the button, so this text. And above it, so to the left of it, we want to show our loading indicator, but only if pending is true, right? So we write in an expression, pending 2 ampersand signs. And for the loading spinner, we can use this loader tour icon from Lucid React. We set the size to 16, and we can make it spin with this animate spin class, which again is coming from Tailwind. This time we don't need to forward the ref because we only use this inside forms with this submit value, and this doesn't require a ref. Okay, great. Now this button is finished, and we replace the button that we have here for this form submit button. And since the type is already hard-coded, we can remove it from here, but we keep the class name. Okay, and now this should work. And to recap, our job filter sidebar is still a server component. Only the form submit button is a client component. This is why we can have our loading state in here. But this UseFormStatus hook reads the form status of the parent, which is our job filter sidebar server component. And while this form is submitting, pending will be true and we should see our loading indicator. So let's try this out. Yeah, and there it is. Whenever I click this button, we see our loading indicator, which makes this website feel much more responsive, right? Because now the user can see that something is processing. But again, progressive enhancement still works because this whole page still works without JavaScript. If I disable JavaScript, we don't see our loading indicator anymore, but the filter still works. And this is really the magic behind these newer UseFormStatus and UseFormState hooks from React. They enable progressive enhancement, where before we would always use JavaScript. Okay, and next let's add a navbar and a footer to our page and the metadata like the page title. And then we will add another form through which we can submit a new job. This will be super interesting because next time we call our server action not from a server component, but from a client component, and we will use React Hook Form together with it. Okay, let's create a navbar over which we can navigate to our new job form. I'm gonna put it into the components folder, call it navbar. And here we just return a layout. And again, the idiomatic HTML tag to use for such a navbar is the header tag. And in here we put a nav, which indicates that we have navigation links here. And into this navbar I want to put 2 elements. On the left side we want to have the logo and the name of the website, and on the right side I want to have a link that looks like a button that brings us to the new job form. So for now let's just put element 1 and element 2 in here so that we can get the layout right. Let's save the navbar for now and go into the root layout.tsx file. We put the navbar right here above the children inside the body tag. This is where it belongs. Children is the page itself, and this navbar should be shared on each page. So there's element 1 and element 2 up there. Okay, back to the navbar file. Let's style this. So first we go to the header tag and add the class name shadowSM to get this very subtle shadow here at the bottom. Then I want to give the navbar content a fixed width, otherwise this will span the full available width. We do this on the nav, because the shadow should take up the full width. Only the content should be limited to a max width of 5XL, just like the content. And we also have to add mauto to center this on the screen. And now the shadow takes up the full width, but the content has a limited width. Let's also add a padding. I want a horizontal padding of 3 and a vertical padding of 5. Then we make this a flex box, add item center and justify between. Justify between will push one element to the left side and the other one to the right. But I think this only works if they are actually wrapped into tags. Yeah, now it works. But of course we want to replace these placeholders here for the actual content. So again, on the left side should be the logo of the website and the name. And we wrap this into a next link because when we click them, we want to get back to the home page. So we add an href to / the home page. Then we style this link with flex, item center and a gap of 3. In here we first put a next image. Again, this is an import from Next. Here I want to show the logo, which was part of the starting code. We need to import this. Import logo from add/assets/logo png. Now we can display this here. There it is, it's just a bit big. We can constrain the width and height. And we should also give it an alt text for accessibility, which describes this image. Flow Jobs logo. Because Flow Jobs is the name of the website. And I also want to have a text with the website name next to it. So inside this link, which is a flex box, we put a span for the text, which will say Flow Jobs again. There it is. And we want to style this text. We make it bigger with text XL. We also make it bold. And again, we use tracking tight to reduce the space between the characters. Yeah, there's our logo, and when we click it, we get back to the front page, which removes the URL search params, which is a nice way to reset these filters. Okay, and still inside the nav, on the other side, I want to put a link that looks like a button. So we use a button, but we add this as child prop. This is a feature of Shadcn. You can see how this is implemented inside the component because again we own the code. This feature is pretty cool because this way we can make this element look like a button, but the actual element we render there, the actual HTML element, will be whatever we put as the children here. And this is important because if you have a link on your page, then it should be a link and not an HTML button for accessibility reasons. So let's try this out. Let's put a link in here, which will point to /jobs/new. We haven't created this page yet, but we will do this in a bit. This will say post a job. So up here is our button, but when we inspect this in Chrome DevTools, we can see that this is an A tag. This is a normal link. This is not a button. And this again is better for accessibility. You should always use the appropriate HTML tags. Okay, very nice. And I also want to have a footer just because it looks more professional. The footer is not that important, but it looks good. So let's put it into the components folder as well. Footer tsx. And this time I'm just gonna copy paste it because this is just boilerplate code. There's nothing special in here and it's a bit a waste of time to build this in this video. If you want, you can pause the video and type this out. You can also copy it from the GitHub repository, or you can leave it out completely because again the footer is just there for aesthetic reasons. None of these links here actually lead anywhere. This is just because it looks better. So again, you can add this if you want. I'm gonna save this and then put it below our children in the root layout right here. And there's our footer. Nice. Okay, next I want to fix the metadata of the page because the page title still says create next app, which is defined here in the root layout. Let's change this. Now on each page I want to have a page title, and then afterwards I want to have a vertical bar and then flow jobs. I want this on each page. For this we can use a title template, because this way we don't have to repeat this pattern for every single page. Instead of a string, we pass an object to title, and in here we can define a template where we can add a placeholder with %s. This will contain the title of the child page, and then vertical bar flow jobs. So when we have a page privacy policy, for example, with the title privacy policy, then this will say privacy policy, vertical bar flow jobs. But we also have to define a default value in here for all the pages that don't have their own title. In this case, it will just say flow jobs. And here we have to put a comma. Okay, so on the front page we can now see the default value. Let's also change the description to find your dream developer job. Of course, what you put in here is up to you. This description is not visible in the browser, but it would be visible if we pasted a link to our website on social media, for example. I also want a more specific title on the front page, so in our page.tsx file. I don't want a hard-coded title like we did here. Instead, I want this to change depending on the filters we have applied. And I want this h1 to be the same as the meta title of the page. So let's create a reusable function that generates this title for us. We put it into the same file. Let's call it getTitle. And to it we will pass the job filter values, which, remember, contains the query, the type, location, and the remote boolean. And we use this to generate our page title. Then we create a const title prefix, which will check if we have a query. Then I use a ternary operator. If we have a query, then the title prefix will look like this. First the query at the start of the string, and then the word jobs. So if we search for flow, then it will say flow jobs. Then we add the colon of the ternary operator. If we don't have a query, we check if we have a type filter, in which case we want to have a similar title, which has the type at the beginning and then says developer jobs. So if the type is part-time, then this will say part-time developer jobs. Again, colon. Now there are different opinions about these nested ternary operators and their readability, but if every branch is just one single line, then I think they are fine. So if we don't have a type filter, then we check if there's a remote filter, which again we do with colon remote, question mark. Then it will just say remote developer jobs. And the last one, the fallback, is all developer jobs. That's the prefix. It will be one of these strings. And as the second part of the title, I'm gonna call it title suffix. I want to show the location if there is one. So if we filtered for a specific location, I want this to say space in location. And if not, I want this to be an empty string. Then we don't append anything. And lastly, we just return the full title. Again, we put this into a backtick string, and in here we put two variables. The first one is the title prefix, and then immediately afterwards, without a space, the title suffix, because the space is already in here. But this should be called suffix and not suffix. Okay, let's try this out. Down here where it currently says developer jobs, let's now put an expression, call getTitle, and pass the filter values to it. And there it is. All developer jobs, remote developer jobs. Let's search for flow jobs. If we don't have a query but we have a type, then it should say contract developer jobs. And the location should be appended to the end. Isn't this cool? And now I also want to use this for the meta title. So In case you don't know how to define dynamic metadata, I cover this in my Next.js beginner tutorial and in my Next.js SEO tutorial. When we have static metadata like here, we can just export this metadata object. But now we have dynamic metadata because it depends on the search params we pass to the page. And to generate metadata dynamically, we have to export a function called generateMetadata, and the name has to be exact, otherwise Next.js will not recognize it. This function can receive the same props as our page. So we set the page props here, and in there are our search params, which again we wanna destructure. And the return type of the function is the same type as this metadata object here. So let's add it, so we get auto-completion, metadata from next. And now we have to return such a metadata object here, and we get autocomplete. In here we can set the title, and for this we want to call our getTitle function again. But this time we have search params, we don't have filter values. Remember, the difference is that remote is a string in the search params, but a boolean in the filter values. So we have to do the same as down here. We have to create these filter values from the search params. Let's try this out. And now it says contract developer jobs in Ottawa. The only problem is this placeholder here doesn't work on the front page. It only works on child pages. So we have to add this manually here. So let's wrap this whole getTitle call into a backtick string. Let's put it into an expression like this. And then at the end of the string, we add the same vertical bar flow jobs again, so that we have this as part of our page title. Again, this is only necessary on the front page. All child pages of this root layout will have this applied automatically. And this meta title is also great for SEO, because this can actually show up in Google like this. Contract developer jobs in Ottawa, if someone is searching for these kind of jobs. One more little thing I want to fix right now. So now we have filters applied here in our search bar, right? Now when we click the front page, we remove these filters from our URL, but they are not removed from our sidebar. This is because React automatically maintains the state of this component, but there is an easy fix. For this we go into the job filter sidebar component again. We scroll up to the form, and we want to force React to re-render this form if our filters change, and throw away all the existing state that is saved in these DOM elements. And we know that our filter has changed when the default values have changed, right? Because if our search params are removed, the default values change, and then we want to render a new form. We can do this by adding a key to the component, and when this key changes, React will throw away the old state of this component and instantiate a new one. The easiest way to do this here is to just turn our filters into a string with JSON stringify, because that's the easiest way to compare the old state with the new state. If one filter changes, this whole string will be different, and then it will be rendered from scratch. So let's try this out. Let's apply a filter, path time. When we refresh the page, the filter is still there, but when we click the front page link, the filter disappears. Amazing. Next we will build our new job form, which is a more complex form than our sidebar filter here. And there we will also use React Hook Form and call our server action client side, but this is a really important topic to learn. Okay, let's start by creating a new validation schema for creating a new job. We put it into the validation file. I'm gonna put it above the job filter schema. So we export another const called create job schema. And the cool thing is that we will reuse the schema on the front end and on the back end to validate both places. Again, this is a z.object, just like our job filter schema, but it will be a little bit more complex. So every job needs a title, right? We have to put the same fields in here that we send to our backend that we want to store in our database. So all of these here basically, except for the ID and these timestamps. The title is a z.string, but this time it's not optional. The title is required, right? So we don't append .optional. Instead we append min1. If we don't set min1, then if the string is not undefined but an empty string, it will still count. This way we make sure that this string actually contains content. And as the second argument to min, we can also customize the error message. Let's set this to required because this is more readable than the default error message. Now we will reuse this required string pattern a couple of times. So let's actually cut this out and put this into a separate variable so that we can reuse it. Above we create a const required string and then we assign it to this Zod schema. So this is a little schema basically. And now here we can just say required string. And I also want to give the string a max size so that we can't pass a huge title. So let's append .max 100 characters. Okay, the type, which again is part of our schema because this is the data we expect, is also a required string. And we can leave it like this, but we can also check that it's actually included in our job types here, so that we can't pass any arbitrary value. For this we can either make this a Zod enum, but it's very difficult to customize the error message of enum, so instead I use a normal string, but we can append this refine function, where we get passed the value, so that's the type string we are passing. And inside refine we can define our own rules. And this just has to return a boolean. If this passes, it should return true, otherwise false. So here we can check if job types, which is our array from our job types file, includes this value. If it doesn't include it, then again this section here will fail and Zod will throw an error. Again, we can customize the error message. That's the second argument to define. I want this to say invalid job type. Okay, that's the type field. Company name is the next one, which is also a required string with a max length of 100. Then we have the company logo. And we don't get autocomplete in here, so you have to be careful that these keys here actually match all the keys in our database schema. And also the keys in our form later, because this is the data we then actually pass. So the company logo is a file, right? It's actually not a string, because what we pass to the backend is the file itself, which we then save to the blob storage, and then we get a string back. But here we expect a file. Let's put this into a separate variable for organization, because this file schema is a bit larger. We create a const company logo schema, which is z.custom. This way we can create our custom validation type. We set this to file or undefined with a vertical bar like this, between angle brackets. This is the type we expect in the schema. Why undefined? Because we don't have to provide a company logo, right? We can also leave it empty. Okay, so this custom is a function, so we call this, but then we still need to apply the rules that we want to check for. So no semicolon here, instead we append .refine again, with which we can check for our own rules. Here we get past this file, and to this we pass a function. And again we have to return true if the file is valid. Now in the beginning I told you that you have to install Node.js 20, and this is the reason. This file type is not available on the backend in Node.js versions below 20. This is why it's important that you update your Node.js version. Okay, let's take care of the refine. We want to pass this if file is false here. So if we don't pass a file, remember the file is optional, or two vertical bars. If we provide a file, then we want to check that file is an instance of this file type, so that we don't pass any other data type for this company logo field. And we can also check that this is actually an image file and not something else like a PDF, for example. which we do with file.type.startsWith, and in here we pass image slash as a string. And then we wrap this part here after the two vertical bars into parentheses, because these two conditions should be checked together. Now on the front end later we will only allow selecting image files, but front end validation alone is not enough. You can still call our backend with any arbitrary value and they could send another kind of file that's not an image or not a file at all. So we have to enforce this rule on our backend and check for the data that we actually expect. And the reason we have to write all this logic is because out of the box, Zod doesn't really have a type that checks for an image file. This is why we write our own logic with this refine function. And again, the second argument to refine is the error message we want to show, which will say must be an image file. So if we try to upload something that's not an image file, then we will see this error message. And I also want to check for the file size. So we append another refine below, where again we get past the file object and then we can validate it. Again, we want to return true if file is false here, because again we have to allow not uploading a file at all. But if the file is defined, we want to check that the file size is less than 1024 times 1024 times 2. So this is the number of bytes. This makes it 1 kilobyte, times 1000 is 1 megabyte, times 2 is 2 megabytes. So we allow a max file size of 2 megabytes. And again we define an error message as the second argument. File must be less than 2 MB. So this is our company logo schema, and now we can pass it down here for the company logo field. The next one is the description, which remember is not required. So let's use a normal z.string. I want to set a max length on it. Let's set it to 5000 characters so it doesn't become too big. And then we append .optional because we don't have to pass a description. The next field is the salary, which will also be a string, not a number, because form fields always contain strings. Even if the input type is number, what we actually submit is a string. But we can check that this string looks like a number. For this I want to create another little string schema, which again I put into a separate variable above. Let's call it const numeric required string, because it's both numeric and required. We use our required string schema. And then we can append a regex. Yay, regex. In here we add the following regex, which looks like this. Pause the video and type it out. This makes sure that our string looks like a number, so it only contains digits. And again we can customize the error message. Must be a number. Okay, that's our numeric required string. Let's use it down here for the salary. And let's also make sure that this number is not too long, because otherwise it will exceed the limit of an integer when we pass it to a number. So the max we will allow here are 9 digits. This way it will fit into an int, and it's also large enough for any salary, because who makes 1 billion a year? And then we define the error message again. Number can't be longer than 9 digits. And the user will actually see this error message in the form or as the response from our backend if they send the data directly to our backend. Okay, still missing are our application email and application URL, but we need some special rules here because even though they are both optional, one of them should be required. So we have to check that. For this we create a separate schema again. So below the company logo schema, for organization, we create a const application schema, which again is its own z.object that contains the application email. Again, make sure the spelling is correct, which is a z.string with a max length of 100 characters. Then we can use this .email function, which is provided by Zod. This makes sure that this actually looks like an email with an @ symbol and a domain ending. But this should be optional, right? So we append .optional as well. But the way this works is a little, kind of buggy, because even though this is optional, an empty string will not pass our .email filter here. To fix this, we also have to append .or, which is a function that we call. And to or we pass z.literal, and to this we pass an empty string. This is necessary to make our field optional and still check for this email pattern if we pass something. So this is how this looks. Let's duplicate this line for the application URL inside our application schema, just that we want to check for the URL pattern instead. Okay, but we also want to check that one of these two is actually submitted, right? We can do this by appending another refine to our application schema, where again we get passed the data, but this time data contains both the application email and the application URL, whatever we append this refine on. And here we check that either data.application email is defined or data.application URL is defined. We will return true if one of these has a value. Then as the second argument to refine, this time we don't pass a string, we pass an object, which gives us more control over the error message. Here we can set the message in form of a field, which will say email or URL is required. And the reason we pass an object this time is that we can now also say to which field do we want to add this error message. And we pass this in form of an array. And in here we pass application email. So if we trigger this error message, it will be shown for the application email field. So in our form later, the error message will be shown below the email input field. Okay, now we have the separate application schema and we want to merge this into our create job schema, so that we put all of this logic directly in here. For this we go at the end of our schema, remove the semicolon, and we can use this end function and pass the application schema to it. This merges this into this schema. What we could have done instead is we could have taken these two fields, put them directly into the create job schema, and add the refine to the end of the create job schema. But there is a difference in behavior. If we add the refine to the end of the schema, then the refine will only be triggered if all of these values above passed. But we want to trigger everything at the same time, because otherwise we will only see this error message after we already typed in valid values for all this other stuff. But we want to see all the error message in our form later at the same time. And we can achieve this by putting this into a separate schema and merging it with this AND operator. And the only thing that's missing now is the location type and the location. Again, we put them into a separate schema because they need their own refine logic. Location schema, c.object. The first field is the location type, which is a required string. But again, we want to make sure that it's a valid location type, so that it's part of our location types array here. So we append .refine, where we check the value. We check that location types .includes this value. And if it doesn't, we want to show a string error, invalid location type. And this should be an error here. And below the location type, we add the field for the location, which is an optional string. So z.string max 100 optional. And then we add a refine to this location schema as well, where again we get passed the data, which contains the location type and the location. And remember, if the location type is set to on-site, we want to require a location. If it's set to remote, the location is not required. Again, we have to write this kind of custom validation logic ourselves. This should pass if we don't have a location type selected, because then we don't want to show an error in our front end. Vertical bar. It should also pass if the location type is set to remote with an uppercase R. So if it's set to remote, this will pass in any case, no matter what we selected, because then we don't need a location. But if it's not set to remote and the value is defined, then the location has to be truthy. So it needs a value, because this means we have either on-site or hybrid selected, which both require a location. Again, for the error, we pass an object with the message location is required for on-site jobs. And we define the path where we want to show this error on. We want to show this directly on the location field. Okay, so this is the last schema we needed. We append this here at the end with .end location schema. And this is quite a complex Zod schema we created here, but it's necessary because our form is quite complex. But again, the cool thing is that we can now reuse the schema on the front end and on the back end. Just one little mistake. Up here we have a function block, but not a return keyword. So either we add return here, or even better, we turn this into a one-liner by removing the semicolon. So this is the correct syntax, because it's important that we return a boolean here. And now I also want to create a type for the schema that we can then later reuse, similar to our job filter values type down here. Let's put it below our create job schema, export type, create job values, and again we use c.infer, type of create job schema. And when we hover over this, we now have this new type that fits exactly the description of our schema. And this is the data we expect through our form later. You can see the company logo is a file because we defined this earlier. We have our non-optional strings, optional strings, and this type will be really useful later. Okay, and now I want to set up a new page with our new job form where we pass all these values. Now this form will live inside a client component because we used React Hook Form, which requires JavaScript. But I want the page to still have its own title, and we can only do this in a server component. So what we do is we go to our app folder here, right click, new file, jobs/new/page.tsx. This way we create these newer jobs and new folders, and in here we export a page. Export default function page, and this will just be a wrapper around our form client component. And here I want to export a page title. So export const metadata, of type metadata, and we hardcode the title to post a new job. Then we create another file in the same folder called new jobform.tsx. You can name this whatever you want. This will contain the actual form, and again this has to be a client component. Now we can't make this page a client component because we can only export metadata from a server component. This is why we create this separate component, and we basically just return our new job form from here. But for this we first have to export a function here. So export default function, new job form, and when we save this we should be able to import this here. Our form doesn't contain any content, but we should already be able to open the page. Yeah, and there it is. Here's the page title, and here is the flow jobs template. See, we didn't add it to this title, it's coming from our root layout. Okay, and now we put our actual form in here. Okay, let's start with some styling. So this needs a main tag because this is basically the whole page. And let's put some placeholder in here for now. And of course we have to return this. I want to give this form a max width of 3XL this time to not make it too big, and I also want to center this. We add a vertical margin of 10 again to get some space on the top and bottom, and then we add space Y10 for some spacing of the elements inside this tag. In here we put a div, which just like on the front page contains the headline, for which we use our uppercase H1 headline component because this one is already styled. Find your perfect developer, and below we put a paragraph tag. Get your job posting seen by thousands of job seekers. Of course you can put whatever you want in here. I want to make this paragraph text muted foreground, and to the div that wraps the headline and this subheading we add space Y5 and text center. I think we already used the same styling on the front page. And below this div, still inside the main tag, we put the form itself inside another div, to which we also add some classes. Space Y6 for the spacing. We add a border and rounded corners with rounded LG and some padding. So this is the box where our form will be placed in. At the top I want to put another little headline and text, so we wrap this into another div. Then we have an H2 in here, which says job details. I also want to style this in font semi-bold, and another paragraph below, again with text muted foreground, which will say provide a job description and details. So we have some text in here and then our form input fields. Okay, and then we go between these two div closing tags. So we are still inside this div with this spacing of 6. And here we put an uppercase form this time. And here you have to pay attention because there are different imports. We don't want to import this from React Hook Form. We want to import it from our own components folder. This form component is provided by Shadcn. And this is what we installed earlier. So why do we now need this special form component and can't use a normal lowercase form like we did in our filter sidebar? This is because now we want to integrate this with React Hook Form, which takes care of validating and managing the form input fields because our new job form is more complex. And this uppercase form component basically orchestrates all of this. It stores the values for us, it gives us a way to access the different form fields for validation, and together with it we also have this form field component, and we use this to render a single form input, or a select field, or a checkbox, or whatever kind of form element. So this form field, even though this is a lot of code, is actually only a single input field in our form later. So we will have a bunch of these. Why is this necessary? Well, again, first of all, this manages the form state and passes it to React Hook Form. This is what this control part here is for. The form item provides some layout and styling so that the form label, the form input field, and the description and the error message are aligned properly with the correct spacing. And this form control wrapper here takes care that the label and the input field and the description and the error message are connected properly. Remember, in our job filter sidebar earlier, we set the HTML4 attribute to tell the browser that this label is connected to this input field. In a server component, you have to do it like this. In a client component, we can use these helpers that do this automatically for us via this form control wrapper. The reason this only works in a client component is because this internally uses context to pass these values to the different components, and context is only available in client components. But the benefit is that when we use this form field wrapper, we don't have to add these accessibility attributes, which is especially useful when we also have error messages, because they also need to be connected to the input field. and they have a bunch of different accessibility attributes. So again, these form field components take care of this for us, but they only work in client components. You can also use React Hook Form without this Shadcn form field wrapper, but I like this one here because for one it's already styled, but it also has nice usability in my opinion. Alright, I'll show you how to implement this. So first of all, we have to initialize React Hook Form. Again, React Hook Form stores the form input in state for us, and this is what allows this dynamic validation with error messages that pop up before we submit our form, or input fields that depend on other input fields. This is all orchestrated by React Hook Form. So at the top of this component, we create a const form, and we call this UseFormHook from React Hook Form. To this we can pass a type argument with the kind of data we expect in our form. This will give us type safety later. And for this we can use our createJob values. This is the Zod type we inferred from our createJob schema. We can use this here. Then we call this, and between the parentheses we pass a configuration object. Here we can pass a resolver, which is responsible for validation. And to this we can pass a Zod resolver, but it looks like we have to import this manually. Import destructure from add hook form resolvers /Zod, and in here should be the Zod resolver, which we want to use as the resolver for this form. And to this we pass our createJob schema, which is the Zod schema we set up in the validation file. Okay, let's go down to our form component here. We want to spread these form values into this form. This is described in the Shadcn documentation. This makes this form work properly, together with React Hook Form. Then into this form wrapper we put a lowercase form, which is the actual HTML form itself. To this form we add some props. First of all, we style this with space y4 to get some spacing between the form input fields. We also set this to no validate. This way we disable the native browser validation, because we want to use our own JavaScript based validation with our own error message and not the browser messages. And then we also need a function that will be called when we submit this form. This time we don't use the action prop, because this time we have more dynamic validation, which requires JavaScript to run. For this we use the onSubmit function, because this gives us more flexibility what we execute when our form is submitted, instead of just sending a post request. Again, the downside of onSubmit is that this requires JavaScript, but as said, the form we set up here is just not feasible without JavaScript. So let's create an async function for that, called onSubmit. To this we get passed the createJob values, which are the input fields. So when we use React Hook Form, we don't get passed form data, we get the resolved values with the correct types. And for now, let's just show an alert message to see that we actually receive the correct values. So we stringify these values, null, 2. This part here just formats this JSON string so that it's a bit better readable. For now, this is all we want to do. Later we will call a server action in here and actually create a new job. What I also want to do is I want to destructure this form object so that we don't have to write form dot all the time when we use the different values. So in here we destructure handle submit, watch. You don't have to know what any of these mean, you will learn about all of them in a moment. Control, set value, set focus, and the form state, and we destructure the form state because in here is this onSubmitting field. Okay, these are all values that are contained inside this form object. We go down to our onSubmit function and we don't pass our onSubmit function here directly. Instead we wrap this into handle submit, which is what we just destructured from the form object. We call this and then we pass our own onSubmit function, like this. Why? Because this part here is responsible for triggering our form validation through React Hook Form, and this also extracts the data and passes it to our onSubmit function, so that we receive these create job values. Okay, and then inside this lowercase form, we put these different form field objects that I showed you in the Shadcn documentation. They get a self-closing tag, but a bunch of different props. The first one is control, which we destructured from the form object above. This basically allows React Hook Form to manage the value of this input field. We have to give it a name, and here we will get auto-completion. Why? Because those are all parts of our Zod schema that we passed to the useForm call here, to the Zod resolver. This is what gives us auto-completion for these fields down here. And then we have to add this render prop, and this will render the actual input field. In here we write parentheses and another pair of curly braces because we want to destructure a value here, which is called field. And then we make this an arrow function, and we want to return something, so we write a pair of parentheses, not curly braces, but parentheses, because we want to return this part here from this render function. Okay, and in here we put a form item, which is an import from our components folder again. Again, this is responsible for laying out the components properly. Inside this form item, we put a form label, which is the same as our normal label, just that this one is automatically connected to our input field. And this will say job title. Then below we put a form control wrapper, close this, and in here we put an actual input field from our components folder. So this is the same input field as we also used in our sidebar, the same component, but because we wrap this into a form control, we don't have to set the ID ourselves. The form control does this for us. And the form label and the error message will have the same ID set on them for accessibility. Let's set a placeholder here that will say e.g. front-end developer. So this is a placeholder text. And we can already see it here. Then, after this placeholder text, we want to spread this field object here, because this contains a bunch of different props that we want to apply on this input field. When we write a dot, we can see them. This applies the name, which is the same as up here, on change and value to manage the value and a bunch of other stuff. So we spread this here, and then below the form control, we render a form message. And the form message will automatically contain the error message of our Zod validation schema if a value is not valid, because we passed our schema here. So for example, if we type in a title that is too long, then we will see the appropriate error message. Or if the title is missing, we will see this required message. But you will see this in a moment. This is automatically put into this form message, because the Shadcn form wrapper handles this for us. Yeah, and when we click our label here, we automatically put focus into the input field. This shows you that this label is properly connected to this input field. Even though we didn't set the HTML4 attribute, again, this is managed automatically for us. Now this all might sound a bit complicated, but forms in React are just complicated because we need accessibility, we need to manage the state, and helper libraries like React Hook Form do this for you. The reason why we didn't need this in our filter sidebar is just because our filter sidebar was so simple and didn't have any validation inside it. But for a form that's a bit more complex, you usually want to use a helper library. When we save this, we can already try this out. We don't have a submit button yet, but when we not type anything in here and press enter, we see the required error message. Now I actually want to get rid of this red title color here, because when we have multiple input fields, this will look very busy and confusing in my opinion. And since we use Shadcn, we own all the code, right? So we can go into the form component that we created via Shadcn earlier. Then we can search for the form label component in here. And this is the code that makes the text red if there's an error. I want to get rid of this. Instead, I only want to pass the class name here. And actually we can remove this completely because this props spread down here should already take care of this, right? But only if we also remove the separate class name destructuring up here. So instead of destructuring this, let's get the whole props object and destructure it here. And this should automatically apply the class name as well. And then we also don't need this error value here anymore. So let's clean this up a bit. When we save the changes, our title is not red anymore. And I think this will look better later. Okay, and now we need a couple more form fields. So below the first form field, still inside the form, we add another form field. And they all follow the same structure. We pass the control to it. We give it a name. This one is the type. And then we need to render the form field itself. Again, we want this field object here destructured. And in here we put a form item and a form label at the top, which will say job type. This one will be a select field. So we use our select component that we created earlier. We spread the field props in here. And we set the default value to an empty string, just like we did in the sidebar. And then we put the options in here. The first one will be a placeholder that gets the value of this empty string, but we set this to hidden. And this will say select an option. And this is pretty cool because this way we can create such a placeholder. This now says select an option, but when we click it, this option is not in the drop-down menu because this is not actually a valid selection. This is just a placeholder. And we achieve this with this hidden option. If this was not hidden, it would be an actual option to select. And then below, like in our filter sidebar, we want to create an option for each job type. So we take our job types array and we want to map it into option objects. So in here we have each job type and we want to render an option for each of them. The key is the job type itself. The value is also the job type. And the text inside the option is also the job type. We have done this before. Now we have an option for each type. I forgot the form control wrapper, so we go between the label and the select tag, put a form control here, and we put the closing tag below the select tag, just like we had up here for our input field. And again, this form control automatically passes an ID to the select field, and it connects it to the label and the error message that we will put below the form control. So here we put the form message, which again is automatically filled with the appropriate error message. And again, we can see that the label is properly connected by clicking the label and it selects the select field. Okay, the next one is a normal input field again. So maybe let's copy paste our first input field, the title, below our second input field. Just change the name to a company name. Change the label content to company, and this doesn't need a placeholder. Below I want to have the file upload button, and this is also a normal input, just with a special type set on it. So let's paste another input form field. Let's set the name to a company logo, the label as well. Then we get rid of this placeholder here, and instead we set the type to a file, which turns this into such a file input that we can click and it opens our Explorer. we can define that we only want to accept images with this accept prop, to which we pass a string image/asterisk. The asterisk means any image file type, so PNG, JPEG, and so on. But we also validate this on our backend via our validation schema, right? Because only doing this on the front end is not secure. The user could still send any data. This is just for usability. And now when we click this, we can see down here that we can only select image files by default. Now the reason this complains is because this is trying to set the value prop via this field that we spread here, because in there is the value. But on file inputs we actually can't set the value. It's not allowed, I think, for security reasons. So we have to get rid of this. We could either set the value to undefined down here, but a cleaner way to do this is to spread this field object up here. Then we extract the value like this, comma, dot, 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 and the remaining values, which we call field values. This name here is up to us. We have used this syntax earlier. This way we destructure the value separately and it will not be contained in the field values. So now when we spread the field values down here, we don't spread the value anymore and our error disappears. We still have one problem though. Such a file input uses a type called file list, which can contain multiple files, even if we only select one. And then we can extract our file from this file list. But our validation schema expects a single file, because this is also what we receive on the backend. So we could either split up the schema and create one variation that uses the file type for the backend and one variation that uses the file list type for the front end. But I want to keep one and the same schema. What we can do instead is we can handle the onChange function ourselves. By default, this is handled from these field values. In here is onChange. We spread it into the input, so this is handled by React Hook Form. But we can also override this to handle this ourselves. So what we do is, here we pass a function that gets this onChange event passed to it. We make an arrow function like this, and then we want to handle onChange ourselves, because we want to extract our file from this file list and then pass this to React Hook Form, because then it fits to our schema that we have here, because React Hook Form expects whatever we defined here, which is a single file, not a file list. So let's do this. We create a const file in here, and those are curly braces, not parentheses, because this is an actual function block. Okay, we can get the file from e.target.files, which is this file list I was talking about. And here we have to use the save call operator, because this can be undefined. We want to access the first file like this, because we only expect one file. And then we want to pass this file to React Hook Form via the field values onChange event. So here we pass this file to it. So all we do is we take the first file out of the file list and we give it to React Hook Form. It's actually not that complicated when you think about it. Okay, the next form field is a select field again. So let's copy our type select field so that we don't have to write everything from scratch. Paste it below. This should be a location type. The label will just say location. We keep the default value, but we want to map our options from the location types array. And let's also rename this variable to location type. Okay, and now we have our select field down here. By the way, we can also check if our file validation works properly. Remember, we only allow image files, right? To check that this works, let's remove this image filter for a moment and try to select another kind of file, for example, an exe file. As you can see, this immediately says must be an image, and this will be validated on the back end as well. But let's add this back in so that we can only select images. Now we can't even see the exe file in here. Okay, next comes our location search field, and this will be really interesting because we built our own search input field. For this, let's create a new component. In the components folder, I'm gonna call it location input or location search or whatever. And we export a component here. This component will also take some props. Location input props. It will take the same props as a normal input field. So what we do is we extend this interface with React.input HTML attributes. And again, we add this type here in angle brackets, which is HTML input element. This way, this interface accepts the same props as a normal HTML input and one additional prop which we define in here on location selected. This will be triggered when we actually clicked a result in our search. And this function will forward the selected location, which is a string, and it has no return value. So we declare it like this. Now this component will also need a ref, because a ref is necessary for React Hook Form to automatically put focus on an input field that's invalid. And this requires a ref. Remember, we already forwarded a ref in our select component earlier. And we want to do the same for our location input. So what we do is we go behind export default like we did earlier. We call forwardRef, to which we pass two type arguments. The first one is HTML input element. That's the type of element we have here. And the second one are the location props, right? Then again, we wrap this whole function into parentheses. And this location input receives two arguments. The first one are the props that we want to destructure here on location selected and the remaining props. And the second argument is the ref. For now, let's just return an input field with an uppercase I, because this should be styled. And we import this from our components folder. So into this input field, we spread the input field props that we get passed. Because now I just want to put this into our layout so we can see it while we are building it. So below the location type, we need another input. Now let's copy one of the existing input fields again. Put it here below the last one. The name of this is the location field. The label will say office location. And inside the form control, we don't want a normal input, we want our location input, to which we have to pass the onLocation selected callback. And when a location was selected, I want to call field.onChange. So we don't store the input of this input field in React Hook Form. We don't call field.onChange in the inputs onChange function. Instead, we call onChange when we trigger this onLocation selected callback, which will be triggered when we actually select a city. Then we store this value in React Hook Form. But you will see how exactly this works in a moment. And the other value we want to pass here is the ref, which we get from field.ref, and inside our location input we forward it via forwardRef. But we also have to actually pass it here, like this. This time we don't care about any of these other field values. We don't need onBlur or the value or the name or anything. We only need onChange and the ref. So this time we don't spread the remaining field values. So right now this is nothing special. This is basically just a plain input field. But now we want to implement our actual search functionality. So when we type something in here, we want to show a list of results. And for this, we will need a state in here that keeps the current input. And then we use this state to filter our list. So we create a const with square brackets. Let's call it location search input and set location search input. And this is a React state, which we initialize with an empty string. Then I have prepared this cities list, which is a huge array with different cities. I put this file already into the starting code. If you didn't download the starting code, I will also put a link to this file into the video description. And fun fact, my PC fan is actually getting very loud right now because it has to load this huge array. Now in a real app, you usually want to use something like Google Maps search. The problem is, to create an account there to use the API, you have to provide a credit card, which makes it not very nice to use in a tutorial. So instead we will use our own list of cities. Again, the link to the cities list is in the video description. You can put it into the lib folder or somewhere else, doesn't matter. And then we want to create a variable called cities, where we basically filter this huge array to only show the results we care about. Now what we also do is we wrap this into UseMemo so that this filter will not be executed on every single render because it's such a huge array and the filter logic is actually expensive here. So we only want to execute this when we actually have to. This is what we achieve with UseMemo. To this we pass an arrow function like this. And from UseMemo we want to return our filtered list that we actually show in the UI. So first of all we check if location search input.trim. So if the location search input is empty or only contains white spaces, then we just want to return an empty array, because then we don't want to show any results. Then we go down here to the closing parenthesis of UseMemo and we add a dependency array, just like in UseEffect. And this now expects the location search input, because we use this variable in here. So this cities array will be calculated again only when the location search input changes. On every other render, it will use the previous value. This way we avoid calculating this in every single render. Okay, and here we now want to implement our search logic. So again we create this search words array, for which we take our input and we split it at empty white spaces, so that we can search for each word separately. Okay, and then we take the cities list here and we filter it. First of all, I want to put the city name together with the subcountry and the country into the result string. Here I want to return cities list, which we have to import cities list from, and it's located inside the lib folder. And I want to map this as I explained earlier. I want to take each city object and map this into a string. This string will contain the name of the city, comma, then the subcountry, then another comma, and then city.country. So we take these three different values and put them into one string. And we map this array of objects into an array of strings. Okay, and then we add our search filter directly after the map call. So we remove the semicolon and instead append filter on it. Here we get past each city and we have to return a boolean, true or false, depending if we want to keep this value in the array. Okay, and this is the search logic I came up with. I want to take the city, I want to make it all lowercase to make the search not case sensitive. If city.lowercase, and the city in this case is this string that we map here, this should start with the first search words. So the search word at index 0, which we also make lowercase. Because the city is what we're actually searching for. And when I type in BER, for example, it should show cities like Berlin and not countries that start with the word Berlin. But you can modify this search logic if you want. Then we add two ampersand signs. And to be able to also search in these other words, like the country and the subcountry, we write search words.every. To this we pass a function where we get past each word, right arrow, city.to lowercase again, dot includes, and in here we pass word dot to lowercase. And word is every single word in our search words array. And this way we basically check that all words in our search are contained anywhere in our city string. So anywhere in the name, subcountry or country. Lastly, I only want to return 5 values at most. So again, we remove this semicolon and we append dot slice, to which we pass 0, 5. So we create a new array that starts at index 0, but is only at most 5 elements long. And this is our search logic. And again, since we wrap this into useMemo, this will only execute when our location search input changes to save CPU cycles. Okay, to see that this works, let's wrap this input here into a div like this. Then below the input, we want to render our search results inside a div. So for now, maybe let's just render json.stringify cities just to keep it simple. And now we also have to tell React that whatever we type into this input field should be stored in this location input, right? So we add this as props. We do this by adding the onChange handler, where again we get past this onChange event, short E, and then we want to set this input on the location search input state, e.target.value. And we also want to set the value of this input field to whatever is the current location search input, like this. So now when we search here, we already see our list of results. Isn't this cool? So let's try Berlin, Germany, and there it is. Now we just want to render this properly. So what we do is we remove this div here again, and instead we add an expression. We want to check that our location search input actually contains something, because only then we want to render our results box. So we trim this value again to remove white spaces. We check that this has a value, like this. It's truthy if it has a value. And if this is the case, we run a render a div that contains the results, right? So first of all, if we don't have any results, which we can check with exclamation mark, cities.length. So if length is 0 or undefined, then we want to render a paragraph that says no results found. And I also want to style this a little bit. I just want to give this a padding of 3. But if we have results, we want to map them into a list items. So below we add another expression. We call cities.map. We get past each city, but city is now a string because cities is a string array, because this is what we return here, right? So we want to take each city string and just render a simple list item. Now actually each list item is a button, because when we click a list item, we want to trigger our onLocationSelected callback here. And we do this via a button. But this time it's a lowercase b button, because we don't want any of our primary button styling. We want a button that is completely unstyled. The content of the button will be the name of the city. This of course needs a key because we are mapping a list. Let's see what we got now when we save this. Yeah, now we have buttons, but they are still rendered directly below. I want this to be a pop-up. For this we go to the outer div that wraps the input and this inner div. And we add the class name relative, so that we can align the childs relative to each other. Then we go to this results div here and add the class name absolute for absolute positioning. When we save this, you can see that it's now on top of the remaining content. And now we want to style this like a pop-up menu with BG background. Now it has a background color. We can also give it a shadow XL, and now it already looks almost like a pop-up. I also want a border, but not at the top, only left and right and bottom. So we add a border X for the horizontal axis and a border bottom, but none at the top. Similarly, I want rounded corners, but only at the bottom, which we can do with rounded BLG. Now only the bottom corners are rounded. I also want to add a Z index of 20, which makes sure that this is always on top of other elements. We do this with this Z-20 class. And then I want to add divide Y, which adds vertical dividers between the single items. That's this little divider line you can see here. But each list item should be in its own row, right? So we have to style the button as well. With block, each one takes up its own line. We also add the width full class to both the div wrapper and the button. So this takes up the available width, but I want to have the text on the left side, which we do with text start. And I also want to have some padding here, padding of 2. And I think this looks already pretty good. So this is our search field. And there is the no results found text. Okay, I think it's pretty cool how easily we can build our own search input field. There is still a bit fine tuning I want to do. First of all, I want to set a default placeholder, which will say search for a city. But since we spread these props here, we can still override this from the outside if we want to. Because we spread the props after this value, they will take precedence if we pass a placeholder from the outside. We can also set the type of this input field to search. This way we get this little X icon here, which clears the input. There's one more thing. When the search results are shown and we click somewhere else, they actually stay shown. We only want to show them when this input field is actually focused. For this we can manage the focus in a state. So up here we create another state called hasFocus and setHasFocus, which we initialize with a useState of false. Then down here in our input field, let's put it below the onChange prop, we can add onFocus. When this is called, it will set hasFocus to true. This will be triggered when we focus this input field. And the opposite is on blur, which is called when we unfocus this input field, so when we remove the focus. Then we want to set hasFocus back to false. And then we want to show our results down here only if hasFocus is true. So now, when we click somewhere else, it disappears. But when we click on it again, it's there. Isn't this cool? And now we only have to handle clicks on these search results. We want to call our onLocationSelected callback. For this, of course, we need an onClick handler on our list item button down here. But we don't use onClick, we use onMouseDown instead. Why? Because when we use onClick, then we actually lose focus before the click is received. Because when we lose focus, we remove the results and then onClick won't work. OnMouseDown is triggered a bit earlier, before we lose focus. This is what we use here. Again, we get past this event. On this event, we call e.preventDefault. This way we avoid losing focus. Then we want to trigger our callback onLocationSelected, to which we pass this city, from which we mapped this button. And then we want to set the location search input to an empty string again. So when we click something, the input field is empty. I want to show the selected city below this input field. Yeah, but our location search input here is finished. And again, this is a reusable component which you can use in different places and even in different projects. Okay, in our new job form, we already wired up the location input with React Hook Form. As soon as we click a search result and trigger this callback, we pass this value to a React Hook Form, and we can then later submit this value. And as I said, below this input field, I want to show the city that's currently selected. And we can get the current values of our input from this watch function here, which is part of the form that we destructured earlier. So let's go to our office location input, and below the form control, but above the form message, we want to put an expression. Here we want to watch the location. So this will always contain the latest value of location. If there is a value in here, then we want to render this location. We want to show it on the screen to indicate that we actually have something selected. So maybe for now, let's just render the value itself, which again we get from this watch function. We will style this in a moment, but here you can already see how this works. When I select Berlin, Berlin is written down here because this is the value that's currently stored inside React Hook Form. Cupertino, this works. I want to style this a little bit, and I also want to add a delete button next to it so that we can remove this value. So instead of just watch in here, I want to render a div. We style this div with flex, item center and a gap of 1. In here we first put a lowercase button, again because we don't want our default button styling. We set the type of this button to button. This is necessary because we are inside a form, and if we don't set this type, then the browser will think that this is a submit button and try to submit our form. We don't want this. This is a normal button. And inside these button tags, we render this X icon, which is coming from Lucid React with a size of 20. There it is. Next to this button, inside this flex div, of course, we want to render the city name again. We wrap this into a span with text sm to make the text a bit smaller. And in here, we want to call watch location to render this here. But the button, of course, also needs an on-click handler, to which we pass an arrow function. When we click this button, we want to remove the currently selected location, which we can do with select value, which again is part of what we destructured from the form. Those are all functions that belong to React Hook Form. The first argument to this function is the field we want to change. The second argument is the value we want to set to it. We want to set this to an empty string. And the third argument is configuration. Here we can pass should validate and set this to true, so that the validation for this location field runs again. So if we delete the location, but we have on-site selected, then this will trigger the error message that says we need a location for on-site jobs. Okay, let's try this out. Now we can click this and the city gets deleted. Cool. Okay, but we still need input fields for the application email, application URL, the salary, and our description editor. Okay, below this form item, we put the next one. The application email and application URL. This will have a bit of a different layout because I want to align them horizontally and I want to have one single label above them. So we wrap them into a div, not a form item. Here we set the class name space y2 for vertical spacing, and at the top we add a label from our components folder. Not a form label, but a normal label, because we don't put this inside a form item, so it doesn't get the HTML4 prop set automatically. Instead we have to set this ourselves to application email to connect this to the email field. This will say how to apply. Below this we put another div. And in here we put the actual form fields. So form field, control, we already know the drill. This one is the application email. Again, we have this render function in which we destructure the field and we return a component. And let's close this form field down here. Inside we put the form item. In the form item we put the form control, just like before. And in here we put the input for the email. This time we set the ID ourselves because we want to connect this to the label. So we set the same ID as the HTML4 attribute. Again, this is necessary because the label is this time outside of the form control. So it's not set automatically. The placeholder will say email. We set the type of the input field to email. And then we spread the field values just like on the other input fields. And let's see, there it is. Below, still inside this div, we want to put another such form field. So let's duplicate this. This of course is the application URL. We don't need an ID this time because this one doesn't have a label. But the placeholder will say URL. And the type is URL as well. So now they are aligned vertically. We want to align them horizontally. This is why we have this div wrapper below our label, which we set to a flex box and justify between. So these elements get put on the left and on the right side. To make each of them take up the available space, we set a class on each form item. Set this to grow, and we do the same down here. Form item, grow. Now they take up the available width. And in between these two, I want to put or as a text. But for alignment, it's easier if we don't put this text right here between them. Instead, I want to put it together with this email input field. So we go inside the form control of application email. We wrap this into another div, like this. Next to it we put a span with mx2, which is horizontal margin. This will say or. And on this div we just created, we add flex and item center. Now the text is in the middle of the two. And also each of them needs an error message, right? So below the form control, we put the form message and the same down here. And also I want the placeholder to say website and not URL. And then remember, we have a little bit of dynamic behavior here because the email is only required if we don't provide a website. We only need one of the two, which means that when this shows an error message that we need to provide an email, but I type something into the website field, then I want to revalidate the email field and remove the error message if we have a valid website, which means that in the onChange event of the website input, we should trigger validation of the email input. For this we can override the onChange event here and handle this ourselves again. So again, this is the kind of logic you have to write yourself if you want really dynamic validation. As usual, we get past the onChange event here. We want to execute a function. We want to call field.onChange as usual, so we get the same behavior as before. But we also want to trigger validation. And again, we have a special function for that, which we got out of the form. Here we can trigger the validation of a specific field. We want to trigger validation of the email field. We will see how this works later when we have our submit button. Okay, and below we want to put the rich text editor for the description, for which we will use this React draft what you see is what you get component that we installed earlier. It's a rich text editor and it's very customizable. I liked this one. Again, we should put this into a separate component for organization and reusability. So let's create a component which I'm gonna call rich text editor. This will also be a client component because this editor only works on the client. And again, we need a ref in here. So let's write export default forwardRef. Again, we have to define the types here. The type of the ref is object this time, because this is the type we get provided by this. What you see is what you get editor. This is not under my control. And the type of the props is editor props, which is an import from this package. Those are the props that this editor accepts, and we want to be able to pass the same props to this component, right? We call forwardRef, pass a function that we give the same name, rich text editor, parentheses, and in here we get our props and the ref as usual. Then here between these two parentheses, we add the function block. So there's one parenthesis still at the outside, like this. Okay, but this one will not be as complicated as our location input. Here we return an editor, which is an import from React Draft. We spread the props into it to apply them, and then we want to customize this a little bit. But before we customize it, let's just save it for now and put it into our UI. So now we have to be careful here because we have this div wrapper for the application fields, right? So above the form closing tag, we put another form field. And don't worry, soon our form here is done. It's the most complex part of this whole app. Again, we pass the control. The name is description. And again, we render our form field. And close this down here. Again, in here we put a form item. Again, we use a normal label because the form label actually doesn't work with this editor because it doesn't have an ID attribute. Instead, we have to handle the label click ourselves later. For now, we just put a label in here that says description. Below that, we put the form control. And in here, we put our rich text editor, which is the component we just created. Okay, looks a bit weird. We will fix this in a moment, but before we forget it, below the form control, we also add the form message. Then let's go back to the rich text editor. The reason it looks like this is because we haven't added the CSS. This is the CSS that comes with this library that you have to add to the rich text editor file. So type this out by hand, save it, and now we have proper styling here. And now we can customize this editor. As usual, this is described in the documentation of this library, but I prepared all of this. First of all, we can style the editor with editor class name. Here we want to call our cn function so that we can apply default styling, but still pass styling from the outside. So here we pass a string, comma, and the second argument is props.editor class name. This is the editor class name that we pass from the outside via the editor props. But here in this first string, we put the default styling. I want to style this similar to a normal input field. Right now, this is completely unstyled, doesn't even have a border. So let's take care of this. Border, rounded MD, and I think we don't get auto completion here, which makes this a bit tricky. Probably because of the name of this prop. I'm not sure, so we have to spell this out by hand. px-3 for some padding. So now it already looks better. I want to give this editor a min height, which I hard code to 150 pixels. It can still get bigger, but not smaller than that, which I think looks better. Now when we hover over this, we can see that we have this cursor icon only up here, But down here we have a normal cursor, which looks a bit weird because when we click this part, we still select the input field. We can fix this by adding the cursor text class. Now, no matter where we hover over this input field, we have this text cursor. Then I want to apply the same ring that we also get when we focus any of these other fields. For this we need a bunch of classes, which are ring minus offset minus background, then focus minus within colon, outline minus none, then again focus within colon, ring to, and again focus within colon, ring minus ring, and unfortunately we have to add all of this manually, but only once. And the last one is focus within colon, ring minus offset minus 2. So those are all the classes we have to add. Again, you can also open the repository in the video description and copy them from there if you don't want to type them out by hand. But now we have the same ring that we also have on the other input fields. This is not necessary, but it looks better. Then we can also customize what we show in the toolbar. I actually don't want to show most of this stuff because we don't need images or emojis or headings or stuff like that. We can customize this by passing the toolbar prop, to which we pass another pair of curly braces. And in here we can configure this. We can, for example, set the options, which expects an array. Here we pass as strings inline, list, link, and history. When we save this, some of these options will be removed. Yeah, and those are the ones we defined in this array. And I also want to get rid of these mathematic options here, which we do by passing this inline prop, curly braces. Again, this expects options. Again, this is a string array. We want to allow bold, italic, and underline, and remove all the other options. So this is much cleaner, and this is all we need. Bold, lists, links, and these undo and redo buttons, and that's basically it. We also need to assign the ref. Remember, we have it up here, but we don't do anything with it. Usually we assign the ref like this, but this editor doesn't have this ref prop. Instead it has this editor ref prop, but this works a bit differently. We can't just pass the ref to it. Instead, this is basically a function that gets passed a ref. So we create an arrow function like this, and this ref is of type object. This is why I made the type of our ref also an object, so they are compatible. And then we need to assign this ref of the editor to the ref we pass here. Now this forwarded ref that we get passed via this forwardRef function can actually have one of two types. It can either be an object ref or a function ref. You can read more about these two different types in Google, but what we have to do is we have to check if type of our ref, the ref that we pass to this component, is of type function, then we have to call our ref function and pass this ref to it. And else, we want to check if ref has a value, so if it is defined, and if it's not a function, then it has this current field, because now the type is mutable ref object. If it's not a function, it's this one. And then we assign R like this. So again, this ref we pass to the component can be either a function or this mutable ref object. And we use them both differently. The function we have to call and the object we have to assign via the current field. And this is what we do here. So, this was a bit complicated, but now we have our rich text editor. We can add styling here. It even supports keyboard shortcuts. Can underline, make bold, and so on. Isn't this cool? We also have this history here. So this is fully functional. Only one little thing we have to fix here. When we look into our console, we see this error message. Window is not defined, because it tries to render this editor on the server in Next.js, but this only works on the client. To fix this, we have to import this in a different way. So here we imported it directly up here. We remove this, and instead we have to use a dynamic import, because a dynamic import will only be executed on the client, and then we get rid of this error message. This looks like this. We create a const editor, which replaces our import. We call dynamic, which is coming from Next.js right here. This is a function. To this function we pass an arrow function. Here we call import. The name of the package, React draft, what you see is what you get. And since the editor is not the default export, we also have to append.then. After this has resolved, we get this mod variable, and mod is just short for module, I think. But in here, we will find the editor. Again, this part here is necessary because the editor is not the default export. And this way, we import the editor dynamically only on the client. And when we refresh the page, we still get an error message because we also have to add a configuration to dynamic. We have to set SSR to false to avoid this editor being rendered on the server. So now when we refresh this, we don't get our error message anymore. Let's clear the terminal, refresh the page, and the error message is gone. You can also see that the editor loads with a little bit of a delay. We can't avoid this because again, this only runs on the client now, but this is necessary. But now this editor is finished and we can finish putting this into our form. Again, we handle the onChange callback ourselves because this is not completely compatible. We get passed a draft object from this editor in onChange. There's this onChange prop in here, but here we receive this raw draft content state. This is not text and also not markdown, but we need to turn this into markdown because this is what we want to store in our database. And for this we installed a separate dependency, markdown draft.js. This can turn this draft object into a markdown format by calling a function here, draft to a markdown, to which we pass the draft. And then we give this markdown string to React Hook Form, so we can later submit it. And besides onChange, we also need the ref, right? Which we get from field.ref. And again, the ref is necessary so that React Hook Form can automatically focus our input field. Now, as I explained earlier, this editor we installed doesn't support the ID attribute. So we can't really connect a label to it, at least not with the HTML4 prop. But I still want the editor to be selected when we click the label. So the last workaround we can do is handling the onClick event on the label ourselves. This is what we will do here, because there is no other way. In fact, this editor is actually not even a text area, it's just a normal div. And a normal div doesn't support the same accessibility attribute as an input field. But we can work around this. Here we call that focus, which again is a value we extracted from the form object. Yeah, and as the name implies, we can focus a specific field. And this is handled via this ref. So let's try this. When we click description, we focus the input field. If we remove the ref, refresh the page and try this again, then the focus doesn't work anymore. Because React Hook Form needs the ref in order to focus this input field. And then we can use the setFocus function. But the way we set it up here, it works. And it's a good replacement for the missing ID on this input field. Okay, the last input field we need is the salary, which will be much simpler again. Again, I want to copy one of the existing text inputs here. Paste it below. Change the name to salary. the label as well. We remove the placeholder. We spread the field values. And then we also set the type to number. This way we cannot type in normal characters in here, only numbers. Lastly, we need a submit button for this form, but I actually don't want to use our form submit button because when we use React Hook Form, we don't handle this via this UseFormStatus. Instead, React Hook Form has its own loading state, which is inside the form state, is submitting. So we need a separate loading button. And what I want to do is, I want to extract this layout into a separate loading button, and then we can use the same loading button in here. So let's do this. Let's create a separate component in the components folder. Let's call it loading button. And then I want to split the screen, put the form submit button over here and the loading button here. Okay, the loading button needs props. Loading button props. We want to extend the same type as over here, so we get the default button props. So loading button props extends React button HTML attributes blah blah blah, and we add one more prop, which is the loading boolean. And then we pass these props to our button. Loading button props. In here we destructure the children, the loading state, and the remaining props. And here we want to return this button, the form submit button, because this contains the layout with the loading state inside it. We import the button and the loader icon. We still spread our props here. We don't want to set the type to submit. And we want to replace the pending state for the loading state that we pass to this button. The styling stays the same. And here we say just children instead of props.children. And then over here, we don't want to duplicate this layout. Instead, we just return our new loading button, to which again we pass the props that we pass to this component. Here we set the type to submit again. And for loading, we pass the pending state. So now we have a separate form submit button and a more generic loading button. Okay, let's close these files and then put this button into our new job form at the bottom. So right before the form closing tag, right here, we put our new loading button. We set the type to submit here again, but again I didn't hardcode this type into this component because we might want to use it outside of a form. This is why we set the type from the outside now via a prop. And for the loading state, as I already explained earlier, we use the forms is submitting state. Yeah, and the button will say submit. And that's basically it. Okay, there's one mistake I just noticed. Here I called draft to markdown, but we also have to call field.onChange because this only returns the markdown, right? So here we call field.onChange, and to this function we pass this markdown string. This is what we actually want. Okay, and in our onSubmit function right now we just show an alert message, right? Let's try this out. First of all, let's try to submit this form without any input. We see all our error messages. Let's type something in. The error messages disappear in real time. Company, let's skip the logo for now. Location on-site. And now when on-site is selected and I try to submit this, yeah, it requires us to select a location. Berlin, for example. Now we either have to provide an email address or a website. If I type in gibberish, it says invalid email address. If I type in florian@codingandflow.com, this is valid, but instead I can also insert a URL, codingandflow.com, and then the email is not required anymore. And here we have our Markdown editor. Let's try this out with some formatting, salary 1 to 3. Now we can submit the form and there are all the values. Here you can see the Markdown. The bold part has 2 stars and there are all our values. So this worked. Now we can send these values to our backend into a server action and create a new database entry. And that's basically it. One more thing I want to change. If we don't select a city, we get this error message, right? If I change this back to remote, I want to remove this error message immediately because now this is not required anymore. We can submit this, but it doesn't automatically remove the error message. We have to handle this ourselves. We can handle this in the same way that we handled the application email earlier with this trigger function. So let's go to the location type input field. We can override the onChange handler in the select field, where again we get past the event. First of all, we call field.onChange and pass the event to it. And then we want to check if the value is remote, then we want to trigger validation again. So if e.currentTarget.value, this is where the input is in, is equal to remote, then we want to trigger validation of the location field. Let's try this out. I try to submit this while onsite is selected. It requires a location. When I select remote, this error message disappears. Okay, this was the toughest part of this tutorial. This form is quite complex, but now comes the payoff. Now we create a new server action. We call it when we submit this form, and then we store the new entry in our database. Okay, we can't declare a server action inside a client component because a server action runs on the server and a client component runs on the client. However, we can still call server actions from client components. We just have to put them into a separate file. So let's create a new file in the same folder as our new job form. And the naming convention for this is often just actions. Here at the top, we put the use server directive. Remember, we added the same string in our job filter sidebar up here to declare a server action. Instead of adding this to a single function, we can also add this to a whole file. And now every function inside this file will be a server action. And here we export an async function, which we call create job posting. Now there's actually no rule that says that server actions have to receive form data. They are normal functions. They can also receive any other kind of value. The value has to be serializable because it's sent from the front end to the back end. So it can only contain primitive types basically, but it doesn't have to be form data. Now when we use a forms action prop, then the argument has to be form data because this action prop can only send form data. But when we call it from a client component, we can pass anything. So we could pass our separate create job values, for example. However, we still want to use form data here. Why? Because we send an image file to the backend and an image file has to be wrapped into form data when we send it to a server action. Otherwise it won't work. But in general, you can also pass any other object here. Okay, and then again we want to turn this form data into a JavaScript object, which we can then pass to our job schema. We have done this before. We create a const values. We call object from entries. We have done this with our page filters before. And to this we pass form data.entries, which is a function. And now the cool thing is we can reuse our create job validation schema that we already used on the front end. We use the same schema on our backend to validate the input and to automatically get the correct types out of the form data. And you need to validate your server actions because they are technically just normal post endpoints. A user doesn't have to call a server action through our front end. They can also send a request to it directly, at least in theory, or they could modify the front end to send invalid data. So we have to verify the incoming values on the back end as well, just like you would do it in a normal server endpoint. So we create another const that we destructure. Here we take our create job schema and we call parse again to parse these values. If any of the values is invalid, this will throw an error. Otherwise, we get our values in here that all have the correct type. The title, for example, which is the required string. And I want to destructure all of them. Company name, company logo, which is optional, location type, location, the optional application email or URL, description, and salary. Those are all the values we send through our form. Next, I want to create a slug before we store this entry in our database, because remember, each entry needs a slug. And that's just the relative URL where we want to store it. We could also use the ID for that, but a slug is more readable. And what I want to do is I want to take the title, turn it all lowercase, and add a random number at the end to avoid duplicates. For this we will create a little utility function. Let's go into the utils file, export another function that we call toSlug, and to this we pass a string. What name you give this function or this argument is up to you. Here we return the string, but we turn it into all lowercase. Then we want to replace all empty spaces for dashes, which we do with a regex, which looks like this. Slash space slash g, comma, and we want to replace this with a dash, so that we don't have spaces in the URL. And one more replace with this regex. This makes sure that we don't have multiple spaces or dashes in a row. This takes multiple spaces and it replaces them for a single space, because this just looks better. So type this out, save this file, and then we use this in our server action. So we create a const slug and we assign this to a backtick string. This backtick string starts with the toSlug call, to which we pass the title of this job entry, then a minus, and then a random ID. And for this we use nano ID, which we installed earlier. But we have to import this, import from nano ID, and in here is this nano ID function, which I want to call here, and we pass the number 10 to it. So this nano ID has 10 characters, but this closing curly brace here is misplaced, should be over here. So this creates this slug. Next we want to upload the company logo file to our blob storage. So we create a let this time, not a const, a let. Company logo URL, which is of type string or undefined, and we initialize this with undefined. Only if we actually send a logo to the backend can we upload it and get a URL back. So below we check if company logo is defined. Then we create a const blob. We call await put, and again put is an import from Vercel blob. Should be in here. From how it's called, yeah, at Vercel/blob. With put we can put a file into the blob storage. This is described in the documentation, but it's pretty simple to use. So the first argument here is the path name. This is the file name and the folder name if we want to create a folder. We create a backtick string. We create a folder called company_logos. slash, and then the file name. And for the file name, I want to use the slug that we generated. And then I want to append the file extension, so .png or .jpeg or whatever. So after slug, we add another expression without a space. And here we call path, which is this import here, .ext name, which is short for extension name. We call this and pass company logo .name to it. So again, this creates a folder called company logos and it puts this image file in there. The name of the file is the slug and the file extension. Okay, that's the path. The second argument is the company logo file itself. And the third argument is some configuration. We set the access to public so everyone can view this image. And by default, Vercel Blob adds a random suffix to the name. We don't want this because we already have a unique name with our slug. And then at the end of this if block here, but still inside it, we assign the company logo URL let variable to blob.url. This is the uploaded image. So as you can see, Vercel Blob is pretty easy to use. Now it's important to note that you can only send files up to 4.5 megabytes into a server action. That's the limit. But we also have a 2 megabyte file size limit on our front end. If you want to upload larger files, this is also possible, but then you have to upload them from the front end. The way this works is that the user basically uploads the file from the browser directly to Vercel Blob without this detour over our own server. This is a bit more complicated because then it's more difficult to modify the file name and validate the file. So for small files, I prefer sending it over our server, but just in case you want to upload something bigger, then this is also possible. This is described in the Vercel Blob documentation. Okay, and now outside of this if block, we can create the actual job in the database. So we need our Prisma client, right? Import Prisma from /lib/Prisma. And then below we can call await prisma.job.create parentheses curly braces, and here we have to pass the data, which are all the fields that our table in the database expects. So let's pass them here. We pass the slug, we pass the title, but I also want to trim the title to get rid of any unnecessary white spaces. Then the type, which we don't need to trim because it's coming from our own list of drop-down options. The company name can be trimmed as well. Company logo URL, which is only defined if we actually uploaded a logo, otherwise this value will be ignored. Location type doesn't need trimming, location doesn't need trimming either. But let's trim the application email, because again we could type white spaces into the input field. The same for the URL. And I miss GitHub Copilot right now. I don't have it installed on my recording machine here, but it's very useful in day-to-day life. Anyway, we trim the description as well, and it automatically adds these save call operators because these values can be undefined. And the salary has to be a number, but we receive a string through our form data, so we have to parse this number into an int, like this. And this should be all the values. If we removed one of the non-optional values, then Prisma will also show an error, because Prisma is type safe. Then we go below. At this point our new entry is created, and then I want to redirect the user to a confirmation page. So we import this from next/navigation, and I want to navigate to /job submitted, which is a page that we will set up in a moment. Yeah, and that's our whole server action. Now we go into our new job form and into the onSubmit function here. Let's remove this alert call. Here we get the data not as form data, but as this create job values object. But we have to turn it into form data again, because again this is necessary in order to send a file. So we create a const form data and we initialize new form data like this. And then instead of assigning each field one by one, we use a loop like a real programmer. For this we call object.entries. We pass values, which turns this object into an array. Then we call for each, parentheses, parentheses, square brackets. Square brackets this time because this way we can destructure this value that we get in for each, which is a tuple basically. So here we have a key, comma, and a value. Make sure that you write the correct syntax. This is how this looks. And in here we check if the value is defined. So if value, then we want to take our form data and append this value under this key. Simple as that. So these values are either strings or a file in case of our company logo. We append them all to the form data and then we can call our server action. We wrap this into a try catch block. In the catch block, I just want to show an alert message. You could also show a toast message or render an error message in the UI, but I want to keep it simple here and we don't really expect any errors, so I just use this alert dialog. Something went wrong, please try again with correct spelling. Now when we call a server action from a server component like we did earlier, then we can't wrap this into try catch because here we just use this action prop and that's it. But for our filters this is fine. If there is an error, which should pretty much never happen because this is just a redirect, then we would get to the error page, the error TSX file. If we don't catch this error here, then we also get to this error page. But if this happens, the user would also lose the form input, which would be annoying because they might have typed in a lot of stuff already. This is why, just to be sure, we catch any potential errors here, even we don't expect any. Maybe if the database is down, then we could get an error. But by catching it here, we don't lose our input and the user can just click the submit button again. And in the try block, we call the server action and we await it. Create job posting, to which we pass the form data. Before we submit an actual job, let's actually try out the error message here. So just for a moment, I'm gonna throw an error here and comment out this other stuff. Then we try to submit the form. Yeah, and we see this alert dialog, but we still have our input. Now here's something interesting to note. The way we set this up here, we can actually not forward an error message from our server action to the front end. We can only show a generic error message. Even if we try to get the error message out of this error, in production, Next.js actually removes the error message because otherwise it could happen that we accidentally leak sensitive data from our backend to the front end. So whatever message we put into this error here, like the Bazinga text, will not be received on the front end. If we want to show an actual readable error message from the backend to the front end, then we have to return it as a string. This is not necessary in this form because there are no errors we expect that we want to show to the user, but later we will implement such an error message. So stay tuned and watch this tutorial to the end. For this form here, a generic error message is fine. And before we create a job, I also want to create this job submitted page here, the confirmation page. Let's do this. In the app folder, job-submitted/page.tsx, export default function. Let's just call it page. It only contains a simple layout. It needs a main tag with some styling, auto, max width 5XL, my10, the same as the other pages basically. space y5 px3 and text center. That should be it. In here I want to put an uppercase H1, which says job submitted, and a paragraph. Your job posting has been submitted and is pending approval. Because remember, we have to approve a job first before it is shown. So let's try this out, but we don't have our admin backend yet, so just for now, let's set approve to true by default, but we will remove this afterwards. I just want to try out this form. Yeah, I'm just going to add some dummy data basically. Description, maybe add some markdown here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And I also want to upload a logo, but I'm going to use my own logo here. Okay, and now is the big moment. This should create a new entry in our database and also upload the image to Vercel Blob. Takes a moment, but it's actually faster in production. In development mode, everything is a bit slower. There's our confirmation page, which means that we didn't get an error. And since we set approve to true, it should be shown on the front page. Oops. Yeah, this is another step we have to do. We have to allow this URL of our blob storage to load images from. So let's go into our next config file. And the reason we have to do this is because we use a next image, which automatically resizes images, which uses compute power. And to not allow anyone to abuse our compute power, we have to allow specific URLs. So inside next config, we have this images field. Here we pass an object. In here we have remote patterns, to which we pass an array of objects, so curly braces. And then we set the host name to a string, which includes everything behind the HTTPS. I can actually not select this here. So let's paste this over here. We need everything after the HTTPS // all the way up to .com, but not this part here. So this is what we want to put in here. And then we actually have to restart the development server with npm run dev for these changes to come into effect. Refresh the page and then it should work. And voila, there's our job. With all the metadata, with the logo, with the rounded corners. Isn't this cool? And we can also take a look into our blob storage backend. Here we actually have a file browser. Here we can see the company logos. This is all on vercel.com. Here's our image, which contains the slug and then this random nano ID. We can view this image here, we can delete it, but we will also later be able to delete it from our front end. Really cool stuff. And this is how you call a server action from the client. You call it like any other normal function and pass arguments to it. But we are not done here. We have to still implement a few other pages. And we also haven't learned about UseFormState yet, which is another important hook that's related to server actions. But before we go ahead, let's remove this approved true, because by default new jobs should be unapproved. Okay, next I want to set up a job details page where we also render the description in Markdown format. For this, let's create a new page. Let's put it into the jobs folder. So here we have jobs new. We want to create a new path here. So we create a new file. We want the URL to be at /jobs/ then the slug, which is a variable. So we put it into square brackets. And in here we put a page.tsx. And then we export default function page. And this dynamic slug will be passed to our page as a prop. For this we declare the page props interface. In here we will find the params. Again, I explained this in my Next.js beginner tutorial. This is how these relative URL params work. And in here will be the slug, because that's the name we gave this dynamic variable. And the slug will be a string. And then we can destructure these params down here of type page props. And in here will be the slug. And the slug decides which job we fetch from our database and then show on the screen. Just like any other page, this is a server component, so we can make this an async function and we can fetch the job in here. But instead of executing our Prisma call directly in here, we do it above by creating a new variable, which we call getJob. Then we call this cache function, which is an import from React. We call this, and to cache, we pass an async arrow function like this. Async, parentheses, slug of type string, right arrow, curly braces. I will explain why we wrap it into this cache function in a moment, but first let's finish this. Here we create a const job and we call await Prisma. Again, we have to import this. Import Prisma from @lib Prisma. And then we want to find a single job. So prisma.job.findUnique, parentheses, curly braces, where, and then we want to compare the slug. Because the slug is what we pass to this page as a URL param. And since the slug is unique, we can use it to find a unique entry in our database. But we might type a slug that doesn't exist into our URL. We have to take care of this case as well. In this case, the job returned here will be null. So here we check if !job. Then we call this notFound function, which is an import from Next navigation. This function will redirect us to the 404 not found page, which makes sense because this job doesn't exist. And we will set up this 404 page in a moment. Lastly, from this function, we want to return the job. And then we can call it in our page. Const job equals await get job, to which we pass the slug that we receive through the params. Before we take care of the layout, we also need to export another function here. Export async function, this time without a default keyword. Generate metadata. Make sure the spelling is exactly the same as I have it here, because with this function we can generate the page metadata dynamically. We have set up page metadata statically before, like this, by exporting this metadata object. The difference now is that the metadata of this details page depends on the data we get from our database, because I want to use the title of a single job as the page title. So we first have to get it from the database, and this is why we need this function. This function will return a promise, because it's async, of type metadata. The same type as we used to export our static metadata. And this function receives the same params as our page, which contains the slug. And to get the job data, we have to fetch the job in here again. This is how it works in the Next.js app router. You can't directly share data between the page and this generateMetadata function. You have to fetch this data in both places. This is why I wrapped this call into this cache function, because this way we will only make one request for this page, even though we call this function 2 times. Cache will cache the return value. And this is how it's supposed to be done. This is also described in the Next.js documentation. The only exception is if you use fetch. Fetch is automatically deduplicated for you, but all these other ways of fetching data, like using an ORM, or using Axios, for example, are not automatically deduplicated. You have to do this yourself with this cache function. Okay, and now that we have the job in here, we can generate metadata from this information. So we return a metadata object, and for the title, I want to use the job title. Maybe for now, let's return an empty main tag to see if the metadata works. I want each of these items to be a link to the details page. So let's go into the job results component and let's wrap each item into a link. A next link, of course. The reason I wrap it here and not inside the job list item is because on the admin page I want to have a different link later. So we do this on the outside. So first of all we have to move the key up to the outer component here. Then we set an href to a backtick string. To this URL we set up here /jobs/slug. So inside the string /jobs/ and the slug is contained in the job object. So we interpolate a variable job.slug. Again, we could have also used the unique ID of each job as the URL param, but the slug is more readable. The slug contains the actual title and not just a number. Let's save this. Yeah, and to maintain the spacing between these elements, we also have to style this link and set it to display block with this block class. And now each list entry is a link to the details page. When we click it, it loads a bit slowly, but in production later, these pages will be statically cached and load instantly. What I care about right now is that this title here is correct. Full stack developer at Stripe. So this is how we generate dynamic metadata. Okay, let's finish our layout here. First of all, we style the main tag with max width 5XL, like on the other pages, auto, and 10. I want to keep these pages somewhat consistent. We make it a flex box and a flex column by default. But on the MD breakpoint, we make it a flex row, because on this details page we will have the job information on the left side and a little sidebar on the right side where we have our application link. On small screens I want them to be below each other, and on MD screens and above I want them to be aligned horizontally. Then we add a few more classes: items center for alignment, a gap of 5, and MD items start. Those are all. Okay, and then in here we want to put the job details page. But I actually want to put this into a separate component because we also want to reuse this later on the admin page. The admin page has a different sidebar, but the same job description and everything. So let's put this into a separate component, into the components folder, because we use it on different pages. Let's call it job page or job details page. Export default function job page, but those are still server components because we don't need any client-side features. Okay, to this job page component we will pass a single job as prop so that we can extract the information out of it. Job page props, and again we use this job type from the Prisma client and then pass this to this component. I also want to destructure this job variable so that we don't have to repeat job.job. all the time. So all the data we want to show on this page: the title, description, company name, application URL. We don't need the application email here because we will create a link to this on the page itself. In here I just want the URL because I want to generate a link to the company website. Next we need the type, the location type, the location, salary, and company logo URL. Then let's return the layout itself. I'm going to use a section for the outer tag, again because this is its own section on the page, but you could also use a div. We style this with wfull and grow so that it takes up the available space in a flexbox. And we add some vertical spacing with space y5. In here we put another div, which we style with flex, item center and a gap of 3, and another div below. The div at the top will contain the meta information, like the type and the location, and the div down here will contain the description, rendered as markdown. So up here, first of all, we want to render the company logo, but only if it exists, because we don't have to upload a logo. So we check if company logo URL is defined. Then we want to render a next image. We don't need a placeholder as fallback. If this entry doesn't have a logo, we just don't show the image at all. The src is of course the company logo URL. For the alt text, we insert the string company logo. We set the width and the height to 100 pixels. And lastly, we make this rounded again with rounded XL. Let's select the job that already has a logo so that we can see it on the screen. Let's go over to the page.tsx file and put the job page in here and pass the job that we fetched to it. And when we save this, we already see the logo. Okay, and then directly below this company logo URL expression, we put another div. And since this is a flex row, the logo will be shown on the left side and this div below will be shown on the right side. In here we put another div. And in here we put an h1, this time with a lowercase h, because I don't want to use our default styling. To render the title, I want this to be a bit smaller and not have our default h1 styling. We set the text to XL and font bold, and this is enough for the h1 for this page. Next, I want to render the company name, and if we have an application URL provided, I want this company name to also be a link to the root URL of the company website. So if the application link is apple.com/apply, I want this link to point to just apple.com. So below we put a paragraph tag. I also want to make this semi-bold. And in here we put an expression with a ternary operator. We check if application URL is provided, question mark. Then we want to render something. And if not, we want to render something else. If not, we want to render a normal span that just contains the company name. If the application URL exists, I want to render a link here, which also shows the company name, but also points to the URL of the website. So we add an href, and I want the root URL of the application URL, as I described before. We can get this by creating a new URL object, URL all uppercase. We pass the application URL to it, and then we access this origin field. And this will contain only the root URL, without relative paths and without search params. So again, if the application URL is apple.com/application, this will point to only apple.com. And I also want to style this link a little bit, because by default in Tailwind CSS links are completely unstyled. I want to set the color to text green 500, and when we hover over the link, I want it to be underlined. And there it is. Since we have an application URL here, this is now a link that points to codingandflow.com. And if the job entry doesn't have an application URL, then this will just be a normal text. And then below this link, I wanna show the same meta information that we also show in the list. The type, the location, salary, and so on. So below this inner div here that wraps our h1 and the company name, we put another div. And on this div we set text muted foreground to make the color of the text this light gray again. And we can actually copy this stuff from the job list item because it looks very similar. In fact, we actually have the same text muted foreground div in here. Let's copy the contents of this div, paste it in here. We need to import all these icons. And our utility functions. But I actually don't want to show the created at timestamp here on this details page. And I also don't want this item here to get removed on small screens. So we delete the SM hidden. And there it is. And then below in this empty div that we created earlier, I want to render the description. Now, of course, by default, we just see this raw markdown here. We need to format this properly, but I also want to have some padding here. So we go to the page again, and we are missing px3 here to have some horizontal padding. Now we want to render this markdown. For this, I like to use this React-markdown package, to which you can pass a markdown string, and it will render it. We already installed this in the beginning. Let's create a new component for it so that we can reuse it in different places if we need to. I'm just going to call it markdown.tsx. Export default function markdown. Of course, we need to pass the markdown string itself to it as the children of this tag. So we create markdown props, which will contain children, but instead of React node, we make this a string this time, because this component only makes sense when we pass a string children to it. So then we pass these props, and then we return this React markdown. Again, I have to import this manually. React markdown from React minus markdown. So we can use this component here, and then we forward the children to it. Let's see how this looks by default. So we save this, and then down here we actually want to check if the description is defined, because remember, it's optional. Then we want to render our markdown component, which we just created. And in here we want to pass the description as children. And voila, now our text is bold. Let's take a look at the page with a larger description. Not this one here. Now it looks better than before. At least we have bold text now, but the spacing is not great, and also we don't render lists. Some of these here are actually lists. We can customize this React Markdown component with our own styling. First of all, we add the class name space y3, so that we get vertical spacing between the different Markdown elements, like this bold text and the paragraphs. Then we can customize each HTML tag generated from the Markdown. We do this again via a prop to a React Markdown, which is called components, and to this we pass a JavaScript object, so 2 pairs of curly braces. And in here we have a key for each possible HTML tag. So for example, we can tell it how to render a list. We write UL : for unordered list, and here we return a function that gets passed the props. And here we can tell it what element we want to return for it. We want to return a UL element. In here we want to spread these props, which also include the children, so whatever we put inside this list. And the point of returning this is that we can now style this element by adding class names. So right now each list is unstyled, which again is the default in Tailwind CSS. To style these lists, we add 2 classes, list inside, which will change the spacing, and list disk, which adds these little dots in front of them. And now we have our UL elements in the Markdown styled. And you can do this for every HTML tag here inside this components configuration. Let's also style links, which are anchor tags, so a : again we get past the props. Again we want to render a link, but not a next link this time, because these links usually point to external URLs, and next link only makes sense for internal URLs. We also have to add a comma here. Then again we want to spread all the props, which contains the children and the href and so on. And then we want to style this. Again with text screen 500, but this is up to you. Underline. And I also want these links to open a new tab. which we can do with target underscore blank, like this. Let's see if we find an entry that has a link inside it. Yeah, here is one. This is part of the markdown, but it's rendered as an actual link. And Smart Diary is, by the way, a startup I'm building. So you're welcome to check this out. smartdiary.co, not .com, but .co. Let's see how this looked without rendering markdown. So just for a moment, I'll remove this markdown parser here. Just render the raw description. And as you can see, this is a markdown link. This is the markdown link syntax. But we want to render actual markdown. This is enough styling for now. Again, you can add more components to this React Markdown tag to customize them, but I'm fine with just links and lists for now. Next, I want to create this not found page, because again, we redirect to it if this job with this slug doesn't exist. Let's try this out. And by the way, let's also take a look at how these slugs look. This one just has a single digit because this was part of the placeholder data. But the one we created through our front end has this URL. So the title in lowercase and then this 10-digit random string. When we try to open a job that doesn't exist, we get to this default not found page. This is provided by default in Next.js, but we can customize this and replace it for our own page. For this, we go into our app folder. And right inside the app folder, we create a new file with this exact name, not-found.tsx, which is another special file type in the Next.js app router, just like error.tsx. We export a default function called not-found. The name of the component is up to you, doesn't matter. Here we return a main tag, which again we style. Just like the other pages, max width 5XL, mauto, my10, space y5, px3, and text center. In here we put an h1, uppercase, that says not found, and a little text below. And this should be a max width 5XL and not 5. The text will say, sorry, the page you are looking for does not exist. Just some information for the user. And again, they will get there if they try to open either a job that doesn't exist, but also any other URL on our website that doesn't exist. This will automatically bring them to our not found page. So our job details page layout is basically done. But again, I also want to have a sidebar on the right side with the application link. So let's go back to the job page. And we want to generate this link. If the application email is provided, I want to use that one. If the URL is provided, I want to use the URL instead. But this is just the logic I came up with. You can handle this however you want. We do this down here in our page after fetching the job. I want to destructure the email and the URL out of this job object. Application email, application URL. Then I create a const called application link. And here we check if application email exists, question mark. Then the link should look like this. Backtick string, mail to colon. And in here we put the application email. With mail to, we automatically open this email address in the email client of the device. You might have seen this before. And if application email is not defined, then we want to render the application URL instead. And in our validation schema, we defined that one of these values has to be passed when we create a new job entry. Nevertheless, TypeScript doesn't really know that one of these has to be defined, so the application link can still be null. But this is unexpected because, again, we validate this when we submit a new job. So what we do is we check if application link is undefined. Then first of all, we want to log an error to the console because something somewhere went wrong. Job has no application link or email. We will see this in our server logs in production. And then we want to redirect to not found again, which again will show the 404 page, because it doesn't make sense to show a job if there is no application link. And again, this is a situation that should never happen. And then next to the job page, I want to show a sidebar. So we add in a side here. In here, I just want to show a button from our components folder. Now actually this is a link, not a button, because it will use our application link, but it should look like a button. So again, we use the button component with the sChild prop. In here we put an external link to application link, which is either the application URL or the mail-to address. Then I want to style this a little bit. We set the width to 40, which is 10 rem. And on MD breakpoints, we set the width to fit. You will see how this looks in a moment. And this will just say apply now. And there you can see it. On small screens, this is a flex call, so they are below each other. And when it's below each other, I made the button a bit larger with this fixed width. When the screen is bigger, it moves to the right side, because then it's a flex row. MD flex row, and then the width is set to just being big enough to fit the text inside it. Okay, and when we hover over this, we can see that this points to the application URL. Let's take a look at another one, ChatGPT, and the URL is openai.com/apply. Let's see if we also have one with an email address. Yeah, this one is mail-to-apply@stripe.com. And when you click this link, this will automatically open your email client on your device. Okay, our layout is finished, but we still have to take care of caching. By default, Next.js caches pages statically whenever possible. This means the data is fetched at compile time and not when the page is opened. Then Next.js renders the whole layout, and then at runtime, when a user opens the page, this finished layout is served to them, which loads the page much faster. The problem is when our page has dynamic params, like our slug here, then we actually disable this static caching, because Next.js can't know in advance which value we pass for the slug, so it doesn't know which data it has to fetch, which also means it can't fetch it at compile time. It has to fetch it at runtime when we actually open the page. We can see this when we compile this project. With npm run build. After this has finished, we see these icons here, and a circle means statically cached. This is good and fast. It automatically does this whenever possible. For example, on the job submitted confirmation page, because we don't do anything special there. But again, the slug page is dynamically rendered, because again, we don't know the slug in advance. We can also start this in production mode with npm start. Then you also need to refresh the page. And now when we click one of these entries, it takes a moment to load. It's not slow, but it's also not instant. Because again, this data has to be fetched from the database when we open the page. To enable static caching for these dynamic pages, we have to tell Next.js what slugs we expect in advance. And we can do this because we know what entries we have in our database, right? So we know all the slugs already. And to tell Next.js about them, we have to export another function from this file. We can put it above or below, generateMetadata, doesn't matter. It's an export async function, which again has a very exact name, so make sure the spelling is correct. generateStaticParams in camel case. This one doesn't need any arguments. Here we need all the slugs that we want to render. So let's fetch them from the database. Const jobs equals arrayed Prisma job.findMany, where approved is true. And we only need a slug, nothing else. So let's add a select slug : true. And then we simply have to return an array that contains each slug as a string. So it will look like this. Slug1, blah, blah, blah. Slug2, blah, 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 and so on. And this jobs object is a JavaScript object that contains the slug, right? So we have to map it into this shape. So we return jobs.map, parentheses, parentheses, curly braces to destructure the slug out of here. And the slug string is what we want to return from this map call, to turn this into an array of strings. And this is all we have to do. And now when we compile the project again with npm run build, we can see that the slugs page is now statically cached, pre-rendered as static HTML. Here it says uses get static props. This was the old way to do it in the pages router. In the app router, it's handled via generateStaticParams. Now this page is statically cached. So let's start it again. And we will notice a big difference in loading time. Now when I click a link, boom, it opens instantly, because Next.js also prefetches links, and together with this statically cached page, there's virtually zero loading time. Again, the way this works is that Next.js fetches all the job data at compile time and not when we open the page. Then it renders this HTML and it returns this cached HTML to the user when they open the page. And of course, fast loading times are very good for SEO. Now another nice side effect of generateStaticParams is that after we implemented this, if there is a new page with a new slug that we didn't cache yet, which happens after we added a new job via our form and approved it, because we might not compile the project again to generate these new pages here. But every slug that's not included here will be rendered the first time a user opens it, and then it will be cached for all successive users. So it will only have a slow loading time one time for one single user, and then it gets cached. But this only happens if we implement generateStaticParams in the first place. Otherwise, we always load it dynamically. Okay, so that's very cool. One more thing, since this is a server component, the markdown is also rendered on the server. So this markdown library here never reaches the client. We execute this on the server and the client only sees the finished HTML. This is the benefit of server components because we have a smaller JavaScript bundle size, because we don't send all these packages to the client. The React-markdown package is only used on the server. And again, all of this makes our page load much faster, which is great for SEO. And SEO is important on a website like this, because you want these entries to show up in Google search, right? But also if you are building your own blog or a startup, then it's really important to know this stuff. Okay, so our website already looks very cool. We can filter jobs, we can look at jobs, we can post new jobs, but we still need our admin backend, right? And we also need pagination here. So let's take care of this. Okay, make sure to run your project in development mode again, otherwise you won't see the changes that you're making. So npm run dev, and then refresh the page. For authentication, we will use Clerk, which is an authentication provider, and they make it very easy and quick to implement very powerful authentication features. And this is perfect for our job board application because I don't want to spend an hour setting up auth. Instead, we will use Clerk. Here we have to create an account. I will put a sign up link into the video description below. Creating an account is free, and they also have a very generous free tier, so you don't have to pay anything. Go ahead and create an account here. And then you should get to a dashboard, and here we create a new application, which we have to give a name, Next.js job board, for example. How will your users sign in? Email address. When we click on show more, we can also see social logins, which is of course very useful for a user-facing app. But since this is an admin dashboard, I actually want to disable this. And I only want email login to be available. Of course, this is up to you. You can enable any social provider, but I'm gonna stick with this, and then we create an application. Then we get to a setup guide. They have one for Next.js. The first step is to copy these API keys into our env file, paste them here. As usual, this is sensitive data, so you shouldn't share this with anyone. I will delete these keys after recording this tutorial. The remaining setup steps are described in the documentation, but of course I've already prepared them. We have to wrap the pages that we want to protect in a Clerk provider. Now I actually don't want to protect the whole website, so we don't put it into our root layout, because then we would have authentication activated for all pages, which is unnecessary. We only want authentication on the admin pages. For this we create a new folder called admin. And in here we put another layout.tsx to create a layout that's only active for /admin pages. So in here we create a layout. Export default function. We call it layout. And as props it will take the children, similar to the root layout. And the type of this is children::react node. And then we return a Clerk provider. Looks like we have to import this manually again. From @Clerk Next.js. In here is the Clerk provider. We use this tag here and we wrap the children. This way Clerk will be active on all child pages of the admin layout, which are all pages under /admin. I also want to change the title of these admin pages. Export const metadata of type metadata. I want to set the title to just admin, but it will still have our template from the root layout active. So it will actually say admin vertical bar flow jobs. And that's it for our admin layout. Next we need to set up a middleware. This middleware will take care that Clerk checks for authentication before we open an admin page. You put these middlewares directly into the src folder. They have to be put here and they have to be called middelware.ts. This is another special file type in the Next.js app router. Okay. Here we export default auth middleware, which is an import from Clerk Next.js, and we call this with an empty configuration. Again, this is described in the Clerk documentation. Then we export const config, which defines where this middleware runs. And we define this via this matcher value in form of an array of strings, and into the string we put a regex. We type / parentheses admin, another pair of parentheses, in here dot asterisk, and that's it. This is not dark magic, it's just a regex that will protect all /admin rows and execute the Clerk authentication middleware on them. We save this, and next I want to set up a very simple admin page where we can see our unapproved jobs. We put it into the admin folder here. Page.tsx. Export default function, page or admin page. Again, this name doesn't matter. For now, let's just return a main tag that says admin page to see if authentication works. So we save this, and then when we try to open /admin, we should see the Clerk login. And it works. By default, we get this account portal on this special URL here. This is provided by Clerk. You can replace this for your own page. I did this in some other tutorials, but in this tutorial I didn't bother because it's just an admin login and the URL doesn't matter, so we can stick with this generated page. So here we can create an account for our admin backend. Let's say florian@codingandflow.com. Again, you can also enable social auth if you want. And I set the password to flowjobs_admin. It also provides password protection out of the box. We create an account, don't want to save this, and I get sent a verification code. And this is cool about these authentication providers. They take care of this stuff for you. Otherwise, you have to implement this yourself. And they also send these transactional emails for you. Okay, let me confirm this real quick. And then after we logged in, we get to the /admin page. And now we are authenticated. The page is still empty right now. We didn't return this main tag. I always forget this. And there's the text admin page. Yeah, and now let's build this admin page. First of all, we make this an async function. This is a server component. And here I want to fetch all unapproved jobs. So const unapproved jobs equals array Prisma. As usual, we have to import this. .job.find many. This time where approved is false. We only want to show unapproved jobs. And then we want to render them in the UI down here. First of all, I want to add some styling here. So we add class names to the main tag. As usual, mauto, my10, max width 5xl, space y10, and px3. Then inside this main tag, I put an uppercase h1 with class name text center, which will say admin dashboard. And below I put a section where we show the unapproved jobs. Section with flags col, and a gap of 3. In here I want to put a subheadline in h2 that will say unapproved jobs, colon. So the idea is that your admin dashboard maybe has different sections, and this is one section, the unapproved jobs. I want to make the text a bit bigger with text LG and font bold. And below the h2, inside the section, I want to render these unapproved jobs. With unapproved jobs.match, then we take each job and we show a job list item, right? Which again we wrap into a link, just like we did it on the job results page here. So let's copy this over here, paste it, import next link and job list item. The difference is that the link should not point to /jobs, but to /admin/jobs/slug, which is a new page we will set up later, where we can then approve these jobs. Yeah, and when we save this, we won't see anything because we don't have any unapproved jobs. So let's create one real quick. I'm just quickly gonna fill this out with some gibberish. Upload an image here. I don't know of this dude. Locationer, remote. We can still pick a location even for remote jobs. Blah@blah.com. Markdown salary. Just so that we have an unapproved job. Job submitted. We go to /admin. And I think it makes sense to not have a link to the admin page on our front end, because the admin page is only meant for admins, right? There should not be a public link there. Anyway, now we see our unapproved job in our admin backend. And next we create a separate page where we can then approve these jobs and also look at the description. One more thing, we also want to have an empty text here below the map call. If unapproved jobs.length is equal to 0, then we want to render a paragraph tag with text muted foreground that says no unapproved jobs. Before we take care of this, I also want to customize our Clerk login page a little bit. Now we don't have a logout button yet, so we can log out by deleting the cookies of this page. This will also delete the authentication cookie. So click up here on I, cookies and site data, manage only by site data and delete the cookies. If you can't find this, it's also not a big deal because we will add a proper logout button later. Then we have to reload the page and we get to the sign-in screen again. In the Clerk dashboard, we see our one user and we can customize how authentication looks and behaves. First of all, of course, you can enable different email providers, including social providers. One cool thing we can do is we can go to the restrictions and enable an allow list. Now this is a pro feature, but in development you can use it for free. You also don't really need this, but what this does is we can only allow the email address that we actually expect as the admin. So Florian@codingandflow.com, and then no one else can sign up here. So if we try to create a new account on /admin blah@blah.com, this should now not work anymore. Only this one email address is allowed. Continue, you are not allowed to access this application, which is perfect for an admin dashboard, because we don't want random people to sign up here. But even if we don't enable this, our application is secure because we will later give our user an admin role and only they can actually execute admin operations. So even if random users sign up here, it's not a problem. It just adds new users to your database. We can also customize how this account portal looks here on this account portal option. Here we have the customization field. Again, you can also replace this for your own login page, but it's very convenient to use these generated pages. I want to set the primary color to this slate color, just so it looks a bit better. And we can also set the font to, for example, Inter, which is what we use in our app as well. But this is not really necessary, just looks a bit more consistent. And under customization and branding, we can even upload our app logo. So in this project, in the assets folder, we have our logo, right? We can upload this here, also as the icon, which is the fav icon. Let's do this as well. Refresh the page. Now we see the fav icon here and this logo, which again just looks a little bit better. You can explore this dashboard if you want. Again, you can enable social logins, you can add more data to user accounts. You can also enable multi-factor authentication, which might be useful for an admin dashboard so it doesn't get hacked. And again, by using an authentication provider like Clerk, we avoid a lot of hassle because this is taken care for us. I'm gonna close this for now and log back into my account. Florian@codingandflow, flow jobs admin, and there we are. Okay, when we approve or delete a job as an admin, we will execute a server action, of course. So let's create a new actions file directly in the admin folder. Actions.ts. And here we export an async function called approve submission, which will take form data as input, because we will execute this via a form action. Now remember, on our new job form, we have this try catch block. And I explained that we always see this generic error message if something goes wrong, because by default Next.js doesn't send the error message from the server action to the front end to avoid leaking sensitive data. If we want a more specific error message, we have to return it as a string from our server action. And it makes sense to do this on our admin dashboard, because as admins, we always want to know exactly what is going on, right? We don't want a generic error message, we want a specific error message. And also this is a good opportunity to see how we can handle specific errors in server actions. So we create a return type for our admin functions. Type, let's call it FormState, equals. This will be a JavaScript object that contains this optional error string field. You can also add more values to the return state, like a success message, but I only care about the error message. But this can also be undefined, so in the success case we don't have to return anything. And then we want to set the return type of our function here to this form state, but we have to wrap this into a promise, because this is an async function. And async functions always return promises. Then in here we can put a try catch block, And in the catch block, we can get the error message out of the error and then return it via our form state. So let's create a let message, which will say unexpected error. That's the fallback. Because the type of error is unknown, this can be anything. Below we check if error, instance of the error class. Then we find an actual error message in here. In this case, we assign our let variable to error.message. And then in the catch block, we return our form state. We return this error message. And then on our front end, we receive this return value and we can handle the error message there. And one more time, if we didn't catch this error in here and instead catch this on the front end, then this error message will be removed for security reasons. We have to return it explicitly if we want to receive it on the front end. Okay, and in this form data, we will send the ID of the job that we want to approve. And since there is no other data in there, a Zod schema would be a bit overkill. So instead we handle this manually. Const job ID equals parse int. Here we pass form data.get job ID. We will later put this into our form. And we also have to cast this to a string as I explained earlier. Then we have to validate that the user that tries to call this server action is actually an admin. Because again, front-end protection alone is not enough. Anyone can call this endpoint here if they wanted to. So we want to get the current user. And for this we have this current user function from Clerk that we can just call. Then we can check if a user is logged in, but I also want to check if the user has the admin role, so that we avoid that anyone can sign up, create an account, and then call our admin actions here. Only admins should be allowed to do this. So what we do is we go into our Clerk dashboard again. We go to users and open this user here. And down here we have this public metadata. We added this. And in here we put one key that says role and we set this to admin. We can then read this value on our front end and this way we know that this user is actually an admin. Back into our project, let's go into our utils folder where we create a new function called isAdmin. This will take the current user as input, which can be one of two types. We have to import it manually. So we import from Clerk, but not /Next.js, but /types. In here is the user resource. And then we also need another one. The next one is called just user from Clerk Next.js /server. When we fetch the current user on the back end, we get this type. When we fetch it on the front end, we get this type. But both of them contain the public metadata, which we can use to check if this user is an admin. So down here, the user we have to pass is either a user resource or a user. So we create this intersection type with this vertical bar. And then we return user.publicMetadata .role, which is the field we just put in there, is equal to admin. If this is the case, we know that this user is an admin. We save this and go back into our actions file. Below current user we check if !user or !isAdmin, to which we pass the user. Then we want to throw a new error which says not authorized. Again, this way we avoid that any random user calls this server action. Only admins should be allowed to execute this. And when we get through this authentication check, we want to update this job in our database. Again, we need the Prisma client. Import Prisma from @lib Prisma. Await prisma.job update, where the ID is this job ID that we pass, and the data is what we actually want to update. We want to set approved to true. Nice. And then lastly, we want to tell Next.js to re-render the front page to show this updated data. We do this with reValidatePath, which is an import from Next cache, to which we pass a string with a slash inside it. We want to revalidate the front page. Now when you call reValidatePath in a server action, it also clears the client-side router cache. So what we see on the screen will also be refreshed, no matter what page we are currently on. So this refreshes the page as well. And I want to put one more server action in here to delete a job. So another export async function called delete job. Again, we pass form data to it, which will contain the job ID. So actually this part here in the beginning, including the authentication, is the same. We wrap this into try catch, paste this here, and the catch block is also the same. Then let's go inside the try block. This time we want to delete a job, but we also want to delete the corresponding logo file from our blob storage, right? So the first step is to fetch the job. Const job equals await prisma.job.findUnique, where ID is the job ID. Then below we check if job.company logo URL. If this company logo exists, then we want to delete it, which we do with await del. Del is another import from Vercel Blob. It's the delete function. And to this we simply have to pass the URL of this image, job.company logo URL. So this is really easy to use. If this image exists, it will be deleted. And then we also want to delete the job entry from the database. So again, await prisma.job.delete, where ID is again the job ID. Again, we want to revalidate the front page to re-render it. But this time I also want to redirect back to the admin dashboard, because after we deleted this, it will be gone, right? And I don't want to land on a 404 page. For this we have a redirect function, but we have to be careful because we must not put this redirect function into the try block. We have to put it below the try catch. Here we call redirect from next navigation, and we want to redirect to /admin. The reason why we have to put this outside of the try catch is because internally this throws an error. This is how Next.js handles redirects. Via a special error that this function throws, an error boundary automatically catches this and redirects us. But this will not work if we put this into the try catch block, because then we catch this error. So you always have to put this outside. Okay, and I almost forgot, since those are server actions, we have to put the use server directive at the top, right? We did this before. And the only difference to our other actions file is that this time we handle specific errors. Here we didn't have a try catch, we just caught the error client side with a generic error message, but now we have this more specific error message. When we click any of these cards, this points us to /admin, /jobs, and the slug. We haven't created this page yet, so let's do that now. And this page will look very similar to our existing details page, but this time we don't care about SEO or caching, so we can leave out all of this stuff here. So we create a new path in our admin folder. Right click on admin, new file, jobs, /slug in square brackets, /page.tsx. Again, here we need to read the slug param from the URL. So we create an interface, page props, which contains the params, which contains the slug. Then we export default function called page. In here we find our slug. We need to fetch the job for this page. Const job equals await. We have to import Prisma. Make this an async function. Prisma.job.findUnique. This time we don't care if this job is approved because we are on the admin page. We just want to fetch the job for this slug. Again, if the job doesn't exist, we redirect to not found. This makes sense on the admin page as well. And by the way, when we call not found, this returns never, which means that we will never reach the code below. We will never render this page. We only render this page if the job is actually available. And then we put a main tag here, which we style as usual. mauto my10 max width 5xl. Flex call because we have a sidebar here as well. Item center gap 5 px3 and md flex row for responsiveness. And one more, md item start. Okay. We will keep this layout here very simple. We render our job page, which contains the job details and the markdown description. We pass the job to it. And then I want to have a little admin sidebar here on the right side or below, just like on our public job details page. Just that here we don't have the application link, we have the admin actions. So let's create this admin sidebar, and it makes sense to put it into the same folder because we don't use it anywhere else. Admin sidebar.tsx, export default function admin sidebar, and it needs the job as a prop. Admin sidebar props, job of type job. As usual, we pass this prop here, and from this component I want to return an aside tag to create a sidebar. We have to style this a little bit. Want to make this a flex box. I want to give this a fixed width of 200 pixels. With flex none, we avoid that this sidebar shrinks when there's not enough room on the screen. We make this a flex row by default. So on small screens, the buttons in here are aligned horizontally. But on larger screens, we make this a flex col to have them below each other. We also add item center and a gap of 2. And the last one is MD, items stretch, so that on larger screens, the buttons we put in here will take up the full 200 pixel width. Just looks better in my opinion. For now, let's just put a text in here that says admin sidebar and put it into our admin job details page. So we render it next to the job details. Admin sidebar, which also takes the job. Because we need a job ID to know which job to approve or delete. There is one class missing here, this also needs to be a flexbox. Okay, and now we should already see our sidebar here. Or on the right side, depending on the screen size. Now we put 2 buttons in here that call our 2 admin actions to approve or delete a job. Again, we don't care about caching or SEO on this page because only admins see this page. This doesn't show up in Google and normal users also don't see this page. Let's go back into our admin sidebar and finish setting this up. Now your first idea might be to just put 2 buttons in here and then call our server actions in the onClick handler. And this would work, but again the problem with this approach is that it requires JavaScript, so it doesn't support progressive enhancement. And progressive enhancement is always a good goal to have. So instead we will handle this via form actions again, because form actions work without JavaScript. And actually I read somewhere that the React best practices, now that we have server components, move towards using more form actions and less on-click handlers. So let's see how this works. For organization, I want to put them into separate components. So below we create a function called approve submission button. To it, we will pass the job ID. Let's create an interface for this. We call it admin button props. We use the same props for our delete button later. We will have to pass the job ID, which is actually a number. That's the ID in our database. We could also pass the slug, but the ID is sufficient here. This is of type admin button props. And in here, we want to render a lowercase form, which will then execute our server action. But this form should only contain a button, not an actual input field. But we still need our job ID. And the way to add data to a form without having to insert it is by adding a hidden input. So we add the lowercase input, we set it to hidden, we give it the name job ID. This name has to be the same as we used here in our actions file, because this is the value we try to get out of the form data. And then we set the value of this input field to the job ID that we pass to this function. So this input field will not actually be visible in the UI, but it will contain the job ID and put it into our form data. And then below we put a form submit button, which then sends this form. It executes the server action and it sends the job ID. So we style this a little bit with W full. I want to set it to a green background color, and when we hover, we set it to a slightly darker green. And the text of the button will say approved. Let's put it into the admin sidebar layout. We delete this text. And here I actually first want to check if the job is already approved. Then I don't want to show the button. Instead I want to show a text that says approved. So here I put a span with class name text center, font semi-bold and text green 500. This will say approved. But if the job is not approved yet, we want to render our approved submission button, to which we pass the job ID. Let's save this, and there it is. This job isn't approved yet, so we see this button. Okay, so far this looks very similar to our job filter sidebar, right? We have a server component and a form, and this form executes a server action. But the difference this time is that we want to be able to read this error message, if there is one. But we still want to allow progressive enhancement. We still want this page to work without JavaScript. And this is where React's new UseFormState hook comes into play. Not to confuse with UseFormStatus, which we used earlier. This one works a bit differently. We basically pass our server action to it, and then we get back the form state. And the form state is whatever we return from our server action. In our case, that's the optional error message. The cool thing about UseFormState is that we can still use progressive enhancement, because it still uses the form's action prop. So let's see how this works. First of all, since this is a hook, this page has to be turned into a client component. There is no other way, because we can't call hooks inside server components. But progressive enhancement will still work, and that's the most important part. Then we go into our approve submission button component again. We create a const, square brackets. The first value will be the form state, and the second value will be the form action. How you call these two variables is up to you. And we assign this to this UseFormState hook, which is an import from React DOM, not the React Hook Form one. We want to use the React DOM import. To this we pass the server action we want to call, which up here is approve submission which we import from our actions folder. And then the second argument is the default state. And this now has the same type, as you can see here, as the return type of our server action, which is this form state type. And since we said this can also be undefined, we can initialize this with undefined. Alternatively, we could also put a default state in here, but undefined is sufficient, because when we open this page, we don't have any errors yet. This still shows an error, because when you call a server action from UseFormState, we get one additional argument passed to it, which is the breath state, which is also of type formState. This is the previous state, as the name implies, but usually you don't use this for anything. We will completely ignore this. We also have to add this to our second server action, and this has to be the first argument. And the second argument is the form data. Okay, now that we added this, the error here disappeared. We get this new action here, which we now pass to our form as the action prop. Form action. And I also want to add some styling here, space Y1. Space Y1 because below the button I want to render the error of the form state if we get one back. So here we write formState.error. If it exists, then we want to render an error message. And again, this value is whatever we return here in this error field. But it can also be undefined. This is why we have the save call operator. If we get an error, we want to render a text, a small text, text SM. We make it red. And this will contain formState.error. The form state is coming from the UseFormState hook. Now to recap, instead of UseFormState, we could have also used a normal useState. Then execute our server action via an onClick handler, read the returned error message if there is one, and put it into the state. The benefit that UseFormState brings is that this still enables progressive enhancement because it uses the native form action prop, which doesn't require JavaScript. This is what we gain by using this hook. And you could return more form state from the server action. Could also contain a success message or other values. Now let's try this out. Let's save this file, and I want to return an error from our approve function here. So let's throw an error, which obviously we'll remove later. Let's comment out this stuff. And then try to call this approve. We get a loading state because we use our form submit button, and after a short moment we see our error message. Okay, this is how you use UseFormState. Let's also try approving a job. Approve. Again, in development this is a bit slower, and now we see this approved text. And now let's add a delete button here as well. In our admin sidebar we create another component below called delete job button. And again, this takes the job ID, and the layout looks very similar. So I'm gonna copy this. Just that, of course, we wanna call delete job here. We wanna change the color to red 500 and red 600. The text should say delete. And I think this should be it. Let's put it into our sidebar layout. Below this block here. Delete job button, which also needs the job ID. And there it is. Let's try deleting a job as well, but let's see if this works without JavaScript. So one more time, first of all, I want to throw an error here as well. So I comment out the content of delete job. I throw a new error. Let's use another error message this time. We already saw that this works with JavaScript, but what is without JavaScript? Let's disable JavaScript, refresh the page, click delete, no loading spinner, but the cool thing is we still see our error message. And this is really special about UseFormState, because normally you need state to show an error message dynamically, and state requires JavaScript. But with UseFormState, this works even without JavaScript. And now let's remove the error and try actually deleting this job. So JavaScript is still disabled. We will not see a loading indicator, but the delete operation worked. Let's enable JavaScript again. There are no unapproved jobs anymore. The entry is gone from the database. And when we look into the blob storage, the image will also not be there anymore. Just two little corrections I want to make. I misspelled text SM. Here there's a dash missing, and down here as well. And also I want to put the actions file into the same folder as the admin sidebar. I put it one folder above accidentally. Doesn't really matter, it's only for organization, but I want to move it in here. And this should automatically update the import statements. If it didn't, you have to update it here in the admin sidebar file and save the changes. Okay, the last thing I want to do for this admin part is add a little admin navbar to the top with a logout button and also a link that brings us to the admin dashboard. So let's do this. Again, we can put this directly into the admin folder, and I call it admin navbar.tsx. Export default function admin navbar. This function doesn't take any props, but this has to be a client component because we need an on-click handler to log the user out, which requires JavaScript. Okay, first of all, at the top we create a const that we destructure and we call useClerk from Clerk Next.js. In here we get the current user and the signout function. We also need the router, because we want to redirect the user after logging out, client side. And for this we can call the useRouterHook. Here you have to be careful to import the run from next/navigation, not next/router. The /router one only works in the pages directory. In the app directory we need this one. Okay, and then we return a relatively simple component here. So this is a div with a px of 3. Let's put it into the layout for now. We do this in our admin layout tsx because we only want to show this admin navbar on admin pages, right? And we can easily achieve this with these nested layouts. This is a cool feature about Next.js. So above the children in the Clerk provider, we render the admin navbar. And when we save this, and yeah, there it is, here in the top left, but on the front page or all other pages that are not behind /admin, we don't have this navbar, only here. Okay, let's finish setting it up. In here we put another div, which we style with mauto, flex, h10, max width 5xl, item center, justify between, and a gap of 2. Then as the first element in here, I want to put a next link, which will bring us back to /admin. This is useful, for example, if we are on a job details page and we want to get back to the admin page. We also want to style this with font semi-bold and underline to indicate that this is a link. And this will say admin dashboard. And it looks like this. This is a link that always brings us back here. Then after this link, we put another div with space x2. Here we put a span that will show the email address of the currently logged in user, user.primary email address, and this is managed by Clerk. The email address is saved when we create an account. And in here we have to access this email address field. And I also want to make this span semi-bold. So here is my email address, just so that we see who is logged in currently. And then below the span, we put an unstyled button where we can log out via an onClick handler. The onClick function is async because the signout function is async and we want to await it. So here we call await signout. And then we want to redirect to the front page. We do this client side via the router. I also want to make this button underlined so it looks like a link. And it will say logout. And there it is. It's not the most beautiful navbar, but I didn't want to spend too much time styling this. I think this is sufficient. You're welcome to improve this if you think you're better than me. How dare you offending my design skills? Okay, let's see if this works. Logout. And we get redirected to the front page. And the next time we go to /admin, we have to log in again. And if you want to delete an existing job, then you can open it. You can change the URL, go before jobs, enter /admin, open this page, and then you have the admin sidebar with the delete button. By the way, let's also take a look into our blob storage. There should only be one image in there, right? Because the other ones were deleted. Yeah, and indeed in the company logos is only our one image. We deleted the other one when we deleted the entry. There are still 2 steps left. For one, I want to implement pagination here, which is important because if you have 100 jobs or 1,000, you don't want to load them all at once. And then we also want to deploy this project, which requires a few additional steps. So make sure to watch this video all the way to the end, and please leave a like if you haven't yet. And it would be even more amazing if you shared this video with someone, because this really helps this channel grow. Even if you just post it, I don't know, on Twitter or some random Facebook page, it really helps me a lot. So please consider doing this, because the more views this video gets, the more incentive I have to create more of these free tutorials. Okay, the page will become another URL param. For one, because of shareability, but also because then it will work without state and without JavaScript. So we go into the root page.tsx. At the top we already read the search params. Now we want to read one more, an optional page. It's a string because again our search params are strings, and we want to read this value here down in the page component. And we will forward it to the job results component. In there we will put a new page prop in a moment. Here we check if page is defined. In this case we want to pass the page number from the string. Otherwise we pass undefined. Then we go into the job results component and handle this new prop here. We add it to the job results props. Next to the filter values, we now also expect this optional page, which we also destructure down here. And what we can do is, since this is optional, we can set the default value to 1. So if we don't pass a page, then it will automatically be set to 1. Okay, next, I don't want to destructure the filter values here anymore, because we will also need to pass this filter values to the pagination component. And if we destructure it here, we can't pass this object directly. Instead, we cut this out, but we destructure them again below. So here we create a const, but without this colon, and we destructure it from the filter values. The difference is that we can now also use this filter values variable directly. Next, we create a const called jobs per page, which defines how many jobs we want to show per page. I set this to a small value because we don't have that many jobs in our database. A more reasonable value would probably be a 10 or even higher, depending on how many jobs you want to show. We store this value in a variable to avoid magic numbers. This makes our code more readable, instead of putting just 6 everywhere. Okay, and pagination works by skipping a certain number of results when we read from our database. How many results do we want to skip? Well, on the first page, page 1, we don't want to skip any. But any page afterwards, we want to skip the page number times these results. So what we do is we create a const skip, which we then pass to our Prisma query. We assign this to page -1 in parentheses times jobs per page. So on the first page, this will be 0. On page 2, it will be 6, and so on. Always the page size. Okay, then we go down to our Prisma query. Down here, find menu. After order by, we add take, how many results we want to return. 6 results, jobs per page. And then we also pass skip, which contains the skipping logic, how many results we want to skip before we get to the page. Okay, and I also want a count of the total available pages. For this, Prisma has a special function that we can call. Prisma.job.count. And here we can add the same filters. And we just pass our where filter, which already contains all our filtering logic. The same one we pass to find many. But now we count these results. Of course, we have to store this value in a variable, and this returns a promise as well. But when we write it like this, await find many, await count, then these two promises will be executed one after another, which is a bit wasteful because there is no reason to wait for the first result before we fetch the second one. Instead, we should fetch them concurrently. So what we do is we remove this await up here. We call this jobs promise. Down here in front of count, we create a const count promise. Again, we don't call await yet because we do this below with promise.all, which looks like this. This returns an array with the two values of these two operations, the jobs and the total results, or the count. You can name this whatever you want. And we assign this to await promise.all, to which we pass an array with our two promises, the jobs promise and the count promise. And again, now these two will be executed at the same time. This is how you avoid these so-called waterfalls in React Server components, where we have to wait for one request to finish before we execute the next one. Okay, and for organization, I want to put the pagination into a separate component, which we put below, called pagination. It will also take props, interface, pagination props. This will contain the current page in form of a number, the total pages, so the count, and also the filter values of type job filter values, because we need them to construct a new link. Because when we go to the next page, we change the page param in the URL, but we also want to keep the filter params in the URL, right? So we have to forward them here. We pass them to our component and destructure them. And we can also destructure the filter values. So the navigation is handled via links. And as I explained, we want to maintain these search params in this link. So we create a reusable function in here called generatePageLink, to which we pass the newer page number to which we want to go. And here we need to construct the search params. So we create a const search params. We assign it to a new URL search params, parentheses, curly braces. And in here we want to put all the search params if they are defined. So again, we use this spread syntax that we used before, where we can conditionally put a value in here. So only if Q is defined, we put it in here. We do the same for the type, the location, and remote. But again, remote is a boolean, so we have to turn this into a string value, remote : true. And lastly, we put a new page in here, which is this page number that we pass. But we also have to turn this into a string because again, URL search params are always strings. So now we have these new search params and we can return the string as a backtick string to /? variable placeholder search params to string. We have used this before. And now we can construct our pagination down here in the return block inside a div. Before we write the layout, let's put it into our UI. So here below our results, we put another expression which first checks if jobs.length is greater than 0. We only want to show pagination if there are actually results. Then we want to render pagination, to which we pass current page, which is the page that we pass from the search params up here. We pass the total pages. For this we fetched the total number of results, but we still have to divide this by the page size and then round the value up. With math.ceil we round it up, so if it's 5.5 pages, then we have 6 pages of course and not 5.5. And to it we pass total results divided by jobs per page, the page size. And lastly, we need to pass the filter values and then close this. Okay, then let's go down again into our div. We want to style this div a little bit, flex and justify between, because I want to have a back button on the left side and the next page button on the right side. I don't actually show every single page number because setting up these layouts is always a bit tedious and I want to keep it simple here, but you are free to modify this if you want. Okay, and in here we basically put 2 links. So a next link. For the href we use our generatePageLink function, to which we pass current page -1. And then we want to style this link. And I actually want to use the cn function here because I want to have some logic in here and this is easier to write with the cn function. So the first class name string is the default styling. Flex, item center, gap 2 and font semi-bold. And this link will say previous page. Okay, down here is our previous page button, but we are on the first page, so we want to hide this. This is why I added this cn function here, because as the second value we pass a little conditional. We check if current page is less than or equal to 1. Then we want to add the class invisible to hide this. Now why do I use invisible instead of rendering this component conditionally? Because I want to keep this justify between active. I want to have the next page button on the right side, and by making this hidden, the element is still there and still takes up this position, which makes it easier to create the layout I want. If we didn't render this link at all, then the next page button would move to the left side, and I don't want this. So now we will only see this when we navigate to page 2. So we type in page equals 2 into the URL. Here's the button again, and I actually want to put an arrow icon left to it. Arrow left from Lucid React, and we set the size to 16. Let's see, there it is. When we click it, we get back to the first page. Now let's also add a next page button. Below the first link we put another one. Maybe let's copy the existing one here and just modify it. GeneratePageLink is of course current page +1. And we want to hide this element if current page is greater than or equal to the total number of pages. This should say next page and it should be an arrow right. And voila, there it is. Now the arrow should actually be on the right side of the text. This is better. Let's see if this works. Yeah, and we can navigate. Isn't this cool? One more thing, in the middle I also want to render the total number of pages. So we go between these two links, add a span with font semi-bold, and here I want to render a text that says page, current page of total pages. So page 1 of 2, next page, page 2 of 2. And just like that, we implemented pagination. Okay, I consider this website finished. The last step is to deploy it to production. Okay, party people, time to deploy this thing. Now when we deploy a Next.js project that uses Prisma to Vercel, we have to add this post install script, otherwise we will get an error on Vercel. So, back into our project, into the package.json, up here to the scripts, we add a new one, comma, post install, and this should execute Prisma generate to make sure that every time this project is compiled, a new Prisma client is generated. We save this. Then to deploy this project on Vercel, you have to push it to GitHub. You can click here on source control in VS Code, and this allows you to create a GitHub repository. It can be private, doesn't have to be public. Then we go into our Vercel dashboard, where we earlier also set up our databases. And here we can add a new project. If your Vercel account is connected to your GitHub account, then you will see your repositories here. Otherwise, you can go to the settings and add the login connection here under this login connections menu option. You need to connect your GitHub account. Then we select this repository, Next.js job board in this case. It automatically detects that this is Next.js. Then we have to insert our environment variables, because we need them in production as well. So we copy them over one by one. Postgres URL, and the value is what we have here between quotation marks. You have to add each one. I'm gonna skip this part in this video to not waste your time. Just put them all in here. Okay, I have added all environment variables. Then we click on deploy and wait until this is done. And while it's building, it also generates all our static pages. So it has to fetch the data, which might take a minute or two, and then it's done. And we get some confetti. Way! Okay, before we open our amazing website, we have to make a little change. Let's open our project here and go into the settings. And here under general, we have to set the Node.js version to 20. Remember, we installed Node.js 20 on our machine because I said that this file type in our server action doesn't work on earlier versions. So we have to set it to 20 here as well, otherwise we get an error when we execute our server action. So we select 20, we save this, then we go to the deployments tab, and we have to redeploy this. Otherwise the Node.js change will not come into effect. So we click on redeploy, and then again we have to wait 2 minutes or so until this is finished. And after this is done, we can finally open our page. And there it is. And this is a real URL here. You can actually share this with someone. It's not the most pretty URL, but it works. Let's see if our filters here still work. Vercel. And there it is. And the pages still open very fast. The cached ones here. Super cool. Pagination. Amazing. Post a new job. Validation. And everything should still work the same. The cool thing about Vercel is that when you now push new changes to the main branch of your repository, then Next.js will automatically redeploy your project, and 2 minutes later they will be applied to production. So you don't have to deploy manually all the time, you just push your changes to the main branch. You can also buy a domain directly on Vercel. Somewhere here is this domains option. And here you can directly buy a domain. You don't have to, you can also buy it by another provider and connect it here, but it's possible. One more thing, in the Clerk dashboard you can also switch to the production mode. You can read more about this in the documentation. This requires just a few changes. And if you actually want to deploy your project to production, then you should do this. But the Clerk authentication here on our website also works without setting this to production mode. So we can still log into our admin backend. Where we see our unapproved jobs. Okay, congratulations for building this amazing project. I hope this tutorial was helpful. If it was, please leave a like on this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. And even more amazing would be if you shared this video with someone, because this really helps the channel grow and I have more incentive to create more tutorials like this in the future. Alright, thank you very much. Happy coding. Take care.